pointed at other streamers, and that's why back then all people saw were the streamers' faces, Jared and Concrete Reporting, people like that.
Going live.
Shots. Appreciate you guys for saying that. If on that note, if anybody wants to help me out, you want to fucking set up, try to get some new equipment and try to
turn down this.
The losses that happened to me in the last 2 weeks, pretty close to $2,500 through all the
Because
but I'm also trying to get some new equipment, so it's
I don't hear the other stream I'm watching.
Things on me right now is my computer took it up, so I need storage and editing abilities. Anyways, long story short, on my Twitter, I can't tweet. It's my GoFundMe, trying to raise money for to recoup my trouble.
All right. Oh, I got one person on here. I know most of the people that would be watching me live are probably in Mr. Bill's room, and I can't quite figure out how to do a collab with him. So we're going to hang out for a minute and see if anybody else joins. So I won't talk about anything important. Okay, it says I got one person in there. Please make yourself known, and I'm going to ask you. Oh, there we go. Grace Squirrel ADV. Howdy. Let me know that you can hear me and the picture's good. I don't have the greatest Wi-Fi, so I'm kind of concerned about how this is coming across. Make my beard look a little prettier. I see 3 people that are watching me brush my beard. Yeah, it's I didn't properly care for it before I left for work, so excuse my appearance. 4 people, back down to 3. Hey Jesse, I see you. Maynard old man, how you doing? Audio is good, video is good. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I told Bill I was going live, and he decided to go live anyway, so we're going to be competing lives until I can figure out how to collab. If I get enough people in here, we can just do a regular live and not worry about it. Said I'm a little disheveled. I don't know if any of you guys were on BCPs earlier, but BCP kind of peer pressured me into doing this. I was not prepared. I was not thinking I was going to do this tonight. So, like I said, I'm not all prettied up. I don't have a makeup artist. You just have to deal with it. I got 2 thumbs up already. Awesome. That's cool. Like I said, I'm kind of doing this on the fly, just winging it. So bear with me. Help me out by participating and let me know that I'm keeping you guys entertained. It's a Sunday night. It is, what time is it? 9:43, almost 10 o'clock. So kind of a weird time for a live stream. But here we are. Lots and lots of stuff going on. I don't know how to do all the fancy stuff with screen sharing and things like that. I'm learning. I tried some software. It's going to take me a minute to figure it all out. So I'm just doing this straight off of YouTube Studios right now. So basics, just the basics. My premise is I don't have anything written down, no notes, no anything like that. Like I said, I didn't know until like 45 minutes ago that I was going to do this. So if you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to put them in the chat. Also hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed yet, I would appreciate it. If you see it's a small channel. Hey, Spitfire. Hey, sis. How's it going? Glad to see you on here. Yeah, and if you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them to the best of my ability. I really have every intention on interacting with chat as much as I can. I don't claim to be an extremely knowledgeable person about anything. I'm what we used to call a jack of all trades, master of none. I have a lot of opinions based on things that I've read and that I've learned. Like I said, I don't claim to be a geopolitical expert or anything like that. I'm just I'm just a person that likes to read a lot and know what's going on. So I have, a working knowledge of what's going on in the world. So in case you've never watched any of my feeds or seen me on other people's feeds or whatever, Spitfire's been around for a long time. She knows. If you wonder where my name came from, it was actually a little series I used to do on Facebook. I started years ago during election cycles, and I would get pretty upset with things that were happening in the races and in Oregon politics. And I used to rant and rave on Facebook, and that little blurb, little section I called the Angry Oregonian, and I would tell you what I was angry about that day. So that's basically where the Angry Oregonian originated, is just me throwing my opinions out there and ranting and raving and hoping somebody cared and somebody, oh, holy crap. I don't know if some of you guys watch multiple streams. He's got a video of BCP from years ago, and holy crap, he looks young. I don't want to advertise another feed while I'm on here, but like I said, I haven't figured out the collab thing. There's a program that allows you to do all that, but in 45 minutes, I couldn't learn how to do it. So I just went back to basic YouTube stuff. But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to ask some questions or whatever, there's a lot going on. We've got the obvious. We've got Iran happening, Israel and Iran, and us and Britain, and they've been bombing other countries and whatnot. That's pretty much dominating the news cycle right now. So that's a huge thing. But there's all kinds of other things going on locally. We've got things going on in our nation. We've got other nations that all of a sudden, it's funny because we get one major thing happening and it seems like everything else disappears. We've still got the stuff in Ukraine happening. We've still got Gaza happening. Venezuela just happened. There's a hubbub about Cuba and Mexico. There's still the China-Taiwan thing going on. There's all this stuff going on, but apparently they don't think Americans handle more than one subject at a time. So here we are focused on nothing but Iran, which is huge. Don't get me wrong. It deserves our attention, but there are still other things going on. And if you have questions or you want my opinion on some of that, I'll give it to you the best I can. Big Patriot event this Saturday in Hollywood. Oh, I'll have to look that up. I didn't know about that. It's not something I can go to. I've been focusing on local stuff lately. Obviously, Hollywood is more than a hop, skip, and a jump away. But I'll have to look into that. I don't know if you want to give me a couple more details. I had not heard anything about it. I'll look it up, but I can't look it up while I'm doing this. My Wi-Fi is kind of weak. I'm surprised I'm able to do this right now. So I can't do a whole lot of external research while I'm doing this. Yeah, so here we are. And yes, I'm in a box. Yes, I'm in a shipping container of sorts, before anybody asks. I don't know, Pam, you've been around for a while. You remember the pink storage box? When I used to do Angry Oregonian on Facebook, everybody was concerned about what was in the pink tote. People were making bets about what was in the pink tote. I know people are curious about what's in the background in our feeds, so I've gotten comments on other people's feeds. And yes, I'm in a storage container. My normal site where I work is under construction right now. And in the meantime, where I'm in a little, what is it, 6 by 8, yes, jail size, storage container that's a temporary office. So hopefully that answers your question on that. Somebody made a joke in another thing. They were asking if ICE was deporting me in a shipping container. No, this is just my temporary office. So that answers that. I sure do. What's in the tote? Yep. Everybody was worried about what was in the tote. And to tell you the truth, that was a few years ago. I don't even remember what was in the tote now. I just remember the big stink about it. That was kind of funny. I used to have my desk and computer and everything set up in a garage. And there was storage shelves behind me. And there was a bunch of storage containers up on the shelves of normal storage container colors. And somehow my now wife, she wasn't my wife at the time, but my wife had a pink storage container up there with something in it that I hadn't even realized was up there. But sure enough, it stood out like a sore thumb in my live streams, and everybody was obsessed about it. So I let them obsess about it, and it was a big thing for a while. Matchbox cars were in there. Oh, was it? It was random stuff, but I got it right with the Hot Wheels. Yeah, because you know my obsession with little mini cars, Pam. You understand that. I really wish when you had offered me, I don't know why I couldn't at the time. Maybe I just didn't have money. You offered me a bunch of stuff, and I wanted to go up there and buy it off you, but for some reason it didn't pan out. But yes, I do have a collection of Hot Wheels and Matchbox and related toys and tracks and specialty boxes like the semi truck with the trailer that you fill with cars and stuff. I'm like a little kid. I love my Hot Wheels. I still have it if you still want it. We can talk about that later. That is actually, I am still interested. So we'll talk about it later on, in a private message or something like that, because yes, I am still interested. I don't know, Pam, did you see when I moved into that house some years ago, when we first moved in, we didn't even have furniture, and I made the entire living room a giant Hot Wheels playground? I had fun with that one. That was neat. I don't know if you got in on that video action or not. But even though I'm a grown ass man, really grown, a lot of grown, I still like my toys, and I'm a motorhead. So anything that has to do with cars, I build scale model cars, and I collect Hot Wheels and Matchbox and die cast and things like that. So that is one of my passions that I still have. Been doing it since I can remember as a kid. And my brothers and I, we used to have. My parents got like a stove or a refrigerator or something in the tall box, and my dad just cut the top off, took out whatever it was, and between us three boys, we literally filled a box this big, tall as us, and we filled it collectively with all our Hot Wheels and Matchbox cars. And then we left it in a chicken coop out in the backyard, and somebody came and stole it. I'll explain. I don't know, because that box had to be over 100 pounds, and I don't know how another neighborhood kid would have stolen it. We never seen any other neighborhood kids with our cars, so it was kind of an interesting thing. Kind of makes me wonder if my parents didn't take it away from us for some reason and blamed it on neighborhood kids like parents will do. But I don't know. But that, fun times when you're a kid. But I have literally been collecting that kind of stuff since I was young. And that's not world politics, and I know I'm just rambling, waiting for somebody to ask me questions. I keep seeing the number pop up and down. I'm not sure if that's my viewer count or if it's my chat count, but it keeps going up and down. I guess Quincy said that BCP, for those of you who don't know, Black Conservative Preacher, him and I are pretty good buddies, and he wanted to go away, so he threw the book in my lap and told me I had to take over. So I didn't even know this was going to happen. I was in for a nice quiet night at work, just watching other people live stream. But here we are. If you're new to my channel, please say so in the chat so I can welcome you and say hi. And if you need a rundown on what we do here, then I will do so. So like I said, if you're new, throw it in the chat. Let me know. Let me say hi. I see a couple familiar names in there. A couple people I know personally. I don't know if Jesse's still in here. Mrs. Axtell. I know her personally. Just saw her. Wait, is this Sunday? Just saw her yesterday. I'm new. Who are you? Whatever. You're not new. I was saying hi to your baby yesterday. So don't play. Don't trip. And then Pam, I've known you for 10 years. I've known you longer than I've known BCP. So it's a couple of really familiar people in here. And then I saw a couple of new names. Well, I saw one new name. Hold on, let me see if I can. Yeah, I can scroll. Yeah, I see Maynard Old Man. Don't know that person. Gray Squirrel. Don't know that person. But thank you for being here and welcome if you're still here. So what do y'all want to talk about? What do y'all want to hear me ramble about? I can start with yesterday. Jesse knows about half of yesterday because Jesse was there with me. Jesse being Mrs. Axtell Media. We did something yesterday that we haven't done in quite some time, and it was pretty damn awesome if you ask me. Also, yeah, let me know also if you're here, throw in the chat if you're from somewhere else, if you're not local. I mean, you can tell me if you are local and I don't know who you are. If you're new and local, then let me know. If you're new and not local, let me know, because it's interesting to see who watches me from where. Because like right now, I'm going to talk about something that happened here in our area that Jesse and I were actually present for. And if you're local, I'll know you know what I'm talking about. Like Pam will know what I'm talking about. So we had a flag wave yesterday, and it was awesome. Pam, I don't know if you've ever been to the one in Oregon City up the hill at Berry Hill Plaza. It went on for quite some time. It's been a few years since anybody's done it there. I'm not sure why, but everybody decided that yesterday was a good day to restart it. We are from California. We like to, so yeah, you're close. Yeah, Gray Squirrel, you're close. I'm assuming Mainer Old Man is from the Northeast. I could be wrong. I'm just kind of judging by his name. But yeah, so you guys will kind of know what's going on if you've watched, Portland. It amazes me how many people around the country, around the world, for that. The last time I was down at ICE, there was somebody in my chat from Scotland. I was like, my head just went, whoa, that's pretty awesome. That makes me feel really cool. But it amazes me how many people are interested in what we got going on here in the Portland area. Well, I did a live stream. If you want to check later, a couple live streams on my channel ago were the flag wave, which was yesterday. It was such an awesome day. I mean, the weather for this time of year in Portland, relatively speaking, was pretty damn cool. Sun was trying to come out. It was about 50, no rain. So for this time of year in Portland, that's pretty good weather. We enjoyed that. The greatest thing about the Berry Hill Plaza there is that we get a lot of positive interaction with people sitting at the intersection and people driving by. Get a lot of honks, a lot of thumbs up, even people yelling out the window, support things. Like anywhere, you get some negativity. You get, people flipping you the bird. You get the random purple-haired lefty screaming out a window that you're racist and this and that, which is kind of funny because they don't talk to anybody. They don't find out. It's just people waving flags, and that automatically makes you racist. Even if we were there waving like the Confederate flag, the stars and bars, I can almost understand that. I understand the common interpretation of that flag. I don't completely agree, but I understand what people think of it. So if you're running around flying the stars and bars, I don't agree, but I understand your point of view. I get it. And I could understand you yelling out the window that somebody's racist. Again, don't agree. They're not correct, but I get it. I don't have to agree with you to understand you. I don't have to be on the same page as you to understand what page you're on. But there was none of that. It may have been due to the pro-ICE flags, because that's what it was billed at, and there were some rather large flags in support of ICE, and that's a touchy subject right now. But there was a fender bender at the light because of them yelling at Tommy. Why did I not see that? That must have been before I got there. I didn't see that. I'll have to look for that. I don't know whose feed that was on. I missed it. But that area, if you're not familiar, it's in the metro area. It's quite urban. A population center. There's apartments across the street. There's lots of apartments in that area. Check Tommy's feed for it. I will look for that later because I still didn't realize I didn't realize that happened until just now. It's a populous center. There's a lot of traffic. It's one of the busiest intersections in that part of the county, and it's because the fact that it's where two major throughways meet in the city, not very far from rural. If you go 2 different directions from that intersection, within 2 or 3 miles, you will be in the middle of pastures and cows grazing and horses and tractors and old school country folk. So and Portland's weird like that. Portland, you go from city to country in a block. I mean, it just bam, because we have what's called urban growth boundaries out here, and they will build right up to the edge of that urban growth boundary until they have to pass laws to extend that rural area. Wow, look at this, too cool. Mama Bear to you. Hey, Mama Bear to you. Doesn't get upset all the way from Minnesota. Yep, tell BCP you stopped in. That's cool, and I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. The urban growth boundary in Portland, because Portland geographically is kind of weird. It's not big and flat. Lots of hills, rivers, lots of topography to deal with. So building in areas is rather difficult, but also because of the way the population has exploded over the last 15 years-ish, they will press the urban growth boundaries as hard as they can until whatever suburb decides they need to make more money and get a bigger tax base, and they will extend the urban growth boundary and let people build more high density housing there. But in the meantime, you'll have population centers that are complete, suburbs usually, and they pack them in 5-foot rule. Every house is 10 foot away from each other and built in really weird, hills and valleys and all of this. And they'll just pack them in and pack them and pack them and pack them as tight as they can because they're trying to make money. And then on the edge of that, it will literally just stop at the fence lines of those people's yards. And then it will it'll be farmland or forest land. So like you go from urban to extremely rural, literally hopping a fence. Oregon City is one of those towns. If you go outside of Oregon City, hell, there are still addresses in Oregon City that have horse ranches, that have, farms. And it's just like that. It's kind of crazy the way Portland is. Well, the intersection that we were at, all those people from the rural areas come into the urban area via those main streets. So it is one of the busiest intersections in that part of, I guess that would be southeast Clackamas County. So lots and lots of cars, but a majority of those cars are country folk. You see, Jesse, and I don't know if Pam's been there or not, but Jesse will tell you a lot of trucks, big jacked up country boy trucks, diesels with big pipes, loud horns, loud enough that you can't think after they blow them, country boy stuff. And almost all of those people were in total and complete support of our flag wave. And it made a very, very, very positive vibe, impact. Awesome. Let's see. Hey, Reverend Gunn, how are you? There's to be better than here in Minneapolis. I don't know what the weather is in Minneapolis, but I'm going to guess that it probably is. The cultural shock between Portland and the rural areas is a bit shocking. Yeah, Reverend Gunn, I'm not sure if you've been up here or not, but you are absolutely correct. It's night and day because you have urban, mostly liberal, very actively liberal metro area. And then literally a block later, you've got people flying the rebel flag on their OBS pickup truck and cranking out country music with the windows down, literally blocks away from an Antifa rally. It is a drastic thing, the cultural difference. And I lived in a place called Malala. Locals know where that's at. And it literally takes 15, 20 minutes doing the speed limit, no traffic, to get from Malala to Clackamas, Oregon City, Gladstone, Milwaukee, which is basically Portland. You can't tell the difference between those in Portland. They are just extensions of Portland. And it is literally going from one world to another in that 15 minutes. It's crazy. Oh, remember to smush that like button. Thank you, Rumpelstiltskin. Yes, please hit that like button. He said, this is a new thing for me. Trying to grow my channel. And right now I'm competing with Mr. Bill, unfortunately, but it's his own fault. I told him I was going to go live, so I'm sure he's already got his established base, and he's got a much better program than I do because he knows how to do all the stuff. So I'm not really competing, but we're on at the same time. So if I could get everybody in here to show me some support, some thumbs up, some comments and stuff like that. I love that my chat's scrolling as good as it is. Then that'll help me know that I'm doing something okay. So any support would be awesome. Because I'd like to do more of this. I'm trying to get a studio set up at home, but as you've probably heard, I'm a procrastinator, and I've been working on it for months and not getting there. So Mr. Bill goes live most days, like multiple times. That is true. That is true. If you can usually almost always count on the fact that Mr. Bill's on at night doing his live thing. And I usually just join him and jump on his live, which you can't not go live because one of your friends is live. If you do that, you'll never go live. Correct. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And I was on Quincy's feed, and Quincy kind of passed the baton to me, whether I liked it or not. So here we are. Here we are. Like I said, I'm not trying to take away anybody's viewers, and if you have the ability and you know how, I would suggest being on both at the same time. In the future, like I said, I'm learning software so that I can do collaborations with people and have them come on my feed and whatnot. But in the meantime, here we are, and I'm going to enjoy my time with those of you who are here. Gun and knife store in a gas station was in the rural area. It was a bit unexpected when we were out there. Oh, I wish I knew which place you were talking about, because I know there's a couple out here, and I've probably been to the one that you were at. And it's not fair. Mr. Ville is doing a show on Villain. Yeah, that is correct. That's facts right there. I thought about not doing my live stream just so I could participate in that, because that's a subject. That's a subject. Villain was the man, and those of us who knew him and did things with him all miss him greatly. So yeah, that does make it a little unfair. But whatever. I'm offering an option. May not be the greatest option, but hopefully it's a good option. Whoa, breaking things behind me. Hopefully it's a good option, and I can keep you guys entertained. And if you don't like it, you feel absolutely free to go somewhere else. Not going to hurt my feelings. I understand everybody has preferences, but if you do go somewhere else, go to one of our common friends. There are options that we can all support each other and have good time, and because we're not actually in competition. And there have been times when Bill and I have had live streams going, standing right next to each other at the same time at events and stuff like that. That's how I know Mr. Bill, because we end up at the same place at the same time doing the same thing quite a bit. And Mr. Bill's a different character than most streamers. Mr. Bill is very non-confrontational, and I've always respected that about him. He just wants to give his view of the event and the news and what's happening, and he's good at it. And I'm looking at 3 of my favorite live streamers. I'm on my phone next to me. I'm watching Mr. Bill's stream, because sooner or later we're going to end up talking to each other. It always happens. Stumble across one of your live streams and click subscribe, so we will help build your channel. I hopefully will take off. It's better than mainstream media. Thank you, Gray Squirrel. I appreciate that. I do. I wonder, because I'm late to the game, and there's so many people. BCP, Mr. Bill. I'm looking at Villain and my buddy from Common Sense Conservative are on Bill's stream. I've known all those guys for a decade. I've personal friends with 2 of the men on that screen for a long time now, and I'm really late to the game. I've done this as a hobby for a long time. I used to do live streams on Facebook, which is pretty much pointless other than in the heat of the moment. I don't have any of those live streams anymore. Never downloaded them. It's always just been a hobby, including lefty creators. I've known Mr. on the opposite side people who are incredibly rude. He's polite to everyone. He is. I've never, ever seen Mr. Bill be rude to anybody in public, ever, ever, ever. He is one of the most polite and considerate people I've ever seen out there. And I think that's why he doesn't venture out after dark, because he knows we make fun of him saying that he's scared of the dark, but I think it's a vibe that he doesn't mesh with. When the sun goes down, things turn different in the activist event world. It's a whole different vibe, and I don't think he meshes well with that. Pardon me, excuse me, I went down the wrong pipe. Mr. Bill likes to be chill. That rhymes. And he's not into the hardcore action. And that's, not to sound weird, but that's one of the things that's endearing about Mr. Bill. That's his niche. That's where he belongs, and he does it very, very well. Me, on the other hand, I like to get up close and personal to the action. There have been times in the past where I've been part of the action. There's actually been times recently where I've been part of the action. And to be completely honest, I'm a bit up there in years now, and I don't like it as much as I used to. I used to consider myself 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and had to be directly in the center of every physical interaction that was going on and whatever. And I'm quite frankly getting too old for that stuff now. So I like to be there because I'm not afraid. I'm a capable person. I'm an incredibly capable person, and I'm not a small man by any means. So if it comes to me, I know how to handle it efficiently and quickly. But like I tell everybody, if I get into a fight, win, lose, or draw, it hurts for over a week. It doesn't matter if I win the fight, if nobody wins the fight, if I lose the fight, it all hurts the same now. So it's not really worth it, especially with people that aren't that important to me. I go down to ICE because of curiosity, because I am a political activist, and it's a political activist environment on both sides. So that's why I go down there. I go down there to see for myself. I don't like to, I was telling somebody about this the other day. I don't like to comment. I don't like to discuss things that I really don't know about. I'm not going to sit here and type on my computer about what's going on somewhere that I've never been. Because if I've never seen it for myself and never experienced it, then I don't have, I'm not in the proper position to deeply discuss that. I feel like I can legitimately discuss what's going on at ICE because I've been there several times. And I personally know the people that are down there. And I've had talks and interactions with people on their side, even beyond the protest. So I can legitimately discuss that now. And that's the way I like to be. I don't like to talk about stuff that I really don't know about. So that's why I like to experience it personally. I don't go down there to fight. I try not to, because trust me, if I wanted to get into fights with people, it would be quite easy. It's come close a couple of times, and I used patience and restraint that I seriously didn't know I had. Quincy and I used to argue which was worse, Twin Cities or Portland. Last time he was here, he said I won. Well, yeah, this year, and but see, the thing is it does. I don't feel now. I've not been to Minnesota, but from what I've seen, Minneapolis, St. Paul is what you're referring to as the Twin Cities. I've never been there, but from what I've seen, it seems like it goes on in spurts. There are explosions, and then it's quiet, and then explosions, and then it's quiet. Portland is like a nagging thorn in between your big toe and the next toe in the webbing. If you got like a thorn in the webbing there, it never really stops. It never really goes away. It just sits there and pokes at you the whole time. and every once in a while it digs into you and gets more, you need to come visit. Oh, Mama Bear, are you there too? Are you in Minnesota also? I would love to. Not in the winter. Not in the winter. I'm spoiled now. I don't want to visit Minneapolis in the winter. But yeah, so I feel like the explosions are worse in Minneapolis because when they go full send. It's been a while since we've experienced that here. You need to come right next to the Rev. I'm not sure what that means. Are you like Reverend Gunn's neighbor? Are you sitting next to Reverend Gunn? I'm not sure what that means. I don't know your guys' backstory. I haven't paid attention to that in the chat. So you have to be a little bit more specific. Sometimes I'm a little slow on the take. But yeah, so your explosions are bigger than Portland. It's not less or more. It's not better or worse. I think they're different. That's what I'm going to say. Oh, husband. Oh, congratulations. All right. Okay. Now that you've said that, I understand the comments a little better. So thank you for that. Well, if I ever have a chance to get that way, I will hit you guys up because I would love to meet you guys in person and visit you guys. I got followed home. We are married and sitting on the couch. Now that's funny. Hello from Newburgh. Oh, Caveman. Hey, buddy. How's it going? How's it going, neighbor? You're not far from me. Caveman is probably about 20 minutes to 30 minutes away from where I'm sitting right now. I go through his town all the time. Went through there last night, yesterday evening. On the way back from what I was telling you guys about, let me get back to what I was talking about in the first place. It felt good because a lot of the people that were there with us, maybe half the people, were streamers from the ICE facility. And I think everybody was really happy to be in a different environment, to do something positive, to be somewhere we weren't looking over our backs and worried about if we were going to get crap thrown at us or get pepper sprayed out of nowhere or have to worry about stupid crap like that. We were among friends, having a good time. And if you look at any of the live streams, you see everybody was smiling and laughing and having an awesome time. And we needed that. And I think everybody needed that. It was a well-deserved distraction from what we normally go through, especially some of these guys in the ICE world, I'll say, that are down there every night or almost every night. You know, you got Tommy and Ground Zero and Patrick is Conspirator. You got a bunch of these guys that are literally down there every night. And I made mention, I said, you know what, it's gonna start affecting your mental health in a negative manner. You need a break. You need to step away from time to time and touch grass, as they say. You need to get away from that. And Saturday was that day. And it was really neat. I mean, not to sound outrageous, but some of these people I've hung out with for months now and known for months and never seen them smile. And I saw them smile on Saturday. And I'm a person, I like to see people smile. So that was pretty awesome for me. And the local people around there, I think were really, people that have been doing that flag wave for years were really excited to see it, making a comeback. So it was cool to see them happy about it too. But the funny part about it is I spent almost the whole time while I was live streaming explaining how everybody was tired of being at ICE and everybody was happy to be away from ICE. And then what happens at the end of the flag wave event, everybody decides that they're jonesing, they need their fix, and we all get in a caravan and head down to ICE. Yeah, that's how it goes. For those of you not around here, you're going to think that was probably a really ridiculous idea. And I did also. Yes, Jesse went home, but you also had the baby with you, so I don't blame you on that one. When you're taking care of an infant, that makes that line's thinking you get a different itinerary when you have a baby. That's what I'm trying to say. And nobody faults you for that. But I'll tell you why it's kind of funny though here in a minute. But for me, it wasn't that far out of my way. I still had an hour and a half ride home, regardless. So I'm like, you know what? Why not? And I jumped in the parade, and we all went down to ice. Now the funny thing is if you come down the Chatham from the south, the ice building looms kind of large on the corner. So when you're coming down the hill, you can't see anything in the protest area until you're literally at the protest area. So a couple blocks before you get there, I'm sure I'm not the only one whose heartbeat starts racing a little bit. You start getting a little bit of anticipation, not any kind of fear or anything, but just the knowledge, you know, that things are about to be different in the matter of blocks. You're going to enter a different atmosphere. And usually it's a stressful, confrontational, just driving into the area, and they know our rigs, and most of us have patriotic symbols on our rigs, so it's kind of hard to hide. Those of you know, if you know, you know. I was riding down there on an extremely loud Harley Davidson with a 5x8 flag hanging, or however big. How big is a flag? I don't know. A medium-sized flag, but big, flying from the back of my motorcycle, a giant American flag. It's normal size, but on the back of a motorcycle, it's a pretty big flag. It wouldn't be that big on a truck, but on the back of a motorcycle, it's pretty big. And those of you who have seen me on my bike know that I don't sneak anywhere when I'm on the bike. There's no way of me sneaking into, or what's the word? It's impossible to be inconspicuous on a Harley that I've made as loud as humanly possible. And I'm following 2 cars back from a truck that is flying giant Trump and American and ICE flags from the back of his pickup. So we were loud and proud. We were very, very, very obvious. So coming up to ICE, and like I said, it's a giant, big, blocky building that's right on the corner. So you're coming down Macadam, and then you make a right turn and drop into the protest zone. So for a couple of blocks before I got there, my heartbeat starts rising, my pulse quickens. And then we turn around the corner, and there's literally 4 chicks, almost normie. I say almost normie, no blowies, no black bloc. No, blowies are inflatables, for those of you who don't know the vernacular. No inflatable costumes, no DJ, no loud music, no bullhorns. Just 4, I'm going to say lesbians, because I'm 99% they were, and I'm not saying that in a derogatory fashion. But they were kind of butchy women. If I had to bet money, I would bet that they were probably girlfriends of one another. Standing in front of the ICE driveway, and that's it. 4 people, almost normies. No ridiculous outfits on. No F-ICE t-shirts. No big rainbow flags. None of that. I literally had to take a double take to see if they were protesting or just people walking by. That's how non-protesty they were. Is that a word? I'm making it a word. Non-protesty. 4 of them standing there. And that was it. And I'm just like, wow, this is almost disappointing. So we all went down to Patriot Corner and parked. And I don't know, I'm guessing there was about 10, maybe a dozen of us. And among our crowd were some of the loudest. We had Tommy, we had Raw Tactics. Tinkerton's not loud, but Tinkerton always attracts attention. So we had, the celebrity streamers, I guess you would say, that everybody knows. So I was, that was another reason I was anticipating it being an interesting afternoon. By the time we all exited our vehicles, those 4 people were almost to Patriot Corner. They had decided when they seen us pull in, they decided it was a good time for them to leave. And they made a couple comments, and Tommy made a couple comments at them, and that lasted for maybe 2-3 minutes. And then they all went, got their cars and left. So literally, the dozen of us who are usually there to troll and irritate and video all the protesters, we're the only people down there. I have it on video that the only people in front of the ICE driveway were pro-ICE people. And there was nobody at Inflation Station. There was nobody at the pit across the street. I think there was one person may have showed up at the pit across the street. And that was after we were already there for a bit. And then a couple of homeless people posing as protesters. They call themselves protesters. They're just homeless. And they're getting away with living in the trolley station. So they were there. And that ended up being a bullhorn fest between them and us. But that was just 2 people. And it was amazing for a little bit until people start realizing we're there. And then, of course, the people that are protesters that are there or live around there all came out and started harassing us. We had the chick upstairs on her balcony that doesn't pay attention to her kids. She was up there with a squirt gun. A homeless chick, Mindy, that's in the trolley station, got her bullhorn out and was telling us how we're stupid because we don't Google everything she says, because quite frankly, she's not that important. So why would I waste my time? I don't have to Google to laugh at her. So I'm not going to Google up anything. Most of her conversations that she brings up have absolutely nothing to do with ICE anyways. So why are you even talking about it? This is supposed to be an ICE protest, and we are here to counter ICE protesters. So why are you bringing up all this other stuff that doesn't have anything to do? Here we'll have their signal network to put the license plate in their system. I got home a week ago because MedQ down at ICE facility here. They are using the next door. They probably do that stuff here too. I've had my license plate snapshotted a couple times on my way out. That's why I drive out the back door now. They probably do it. I don't worry about stuff like that because if they follow me home, it's going to be the last person they follow home. So, and it's a long way for, I literally live over an hour away, and that's hauling ass. So that's a lot of following for them to get to my house. And I don't think most of them have the balls to come out in the country and follow somebody out there. I've literally in the past doxed myself. I told people where I worked and where I hung out and all of that. And one person, hey, Santire, one person came to my work, and I don't even know it was from the doxing. I think it could have just been a coincidence. But one Antifa came in and started stuff in the bar I worked at. And he literally flew through the front door and halfway across the parking lot. And I never saw another Antifa in our bar again. I worked for somebody who was pro-patriotic. I mean, I don't like the guy now, so I don't want to say anything positive about him, but he definitely was not a lefty. So coming into the bar that my wife and I worked at with that kind of mission, it was really, really bad idea. And I had somebody tell me they wanted to know where I work now and was going to call my boss on me. And I'm like, you'll be lucky if my boss doesn't. Oh, Bill's got me on. Hi, Bill. I said, you'd be lucky because my boss is more hardcore right-wing than I am. So you're going to bark up the wrong tree on that one too. So I've never worried about doxing. Most all my family is on the same page I am, and they know what I do, and they know what the risks are. So it wouldn't surprise them. And it may even get you some repercussions you didn't ask for if you start messing with my family. I'll just sit back and watch and laugh. So I don't worry too much about the doxing. And I really lately don't do really enough for them to want to dox me anyways. I try to stay out of the confrontations. I can't hear you, Bill, so I don't know what it took me off now. He's got Robert on the screen. It looks like he's got some people joining him, or does he just have people on the screen? I'm not sure. So he's got a good show going on. But yeah, definitely you come doxing me and come out this way. It's definitely FAFO. Because, and it's not, and I'm not saying it because I'm a badass, but if you want to mess around with the people around me, I'm just going to sit back and laugh at you and what happens to you next. Because the people I hang out with are worse than me. A lot of them don't have the patience that I do. So, you know, that's a really, really, really bad idea. Their threats are idle when it comes to me. And I understand. And like I said, I'm not saying that because I'm a badass. I understand a lot of the people that don't want to be doxxed because they have stuff to lose. They're in environments where being doxxed could do damage to them. And I understand that completely. I would be freaked out if I was in that position also. I have the luxury of not being in that position. I have the luxury of being surrounded by like-minded people, and I'm very, very fortunate for that. I'm not going to say it's due to anything I did. I'm just fortunate to land in a position where I don't have to worry about it. And so those of you who are worried about being doxxed, I get it. I get it. I actually, my job actually requires me to work around highly liberal people, very liberal, and I won't get into any more details. Again, not because I'm worried about being doxxed, but I've already been admonished once for talking about politics at work by one of these liberals that got butt hurt. He threw me under the bus for something that had nothing to do with me. He was just trying to get attention off himself. And knowing who I am, knowing the liberals that service our contracts, he knew that would raise, everybody's neck hairs, telling them about me, because I work long night shifts, sometimes 12-hour shifts, at least 8-hour shifts, sometimes up to 12, could be, 9, 10, 11, 12-hour shifts all the time. It depends on the spot I'm at. It depends on the need. People call in all the time and I fill in and stuff like that. So when I'm not working, I work by myself a lot. That's why I'm able to do this right now. And on my normal post, I work by myself. I have a lot of time to not interact with other people, especially now that my place is under construction. So I don't have to worry about it. I don't talk to anybody other than my coworkers when we're swapping shifts. And most of my coworkers are conservative people too. They asked me, "Did you go down the ice last weekend?" They asked me about it. They're curious about it, and they've watched my videos. So I don't have a problem talking to them. But the organization that we work for is full of liberal people, and I don't disagree with them. I've come to the conclusion that talking about politics at work is just stupid. You're going to upset somebody over something that has absolutely nothing to do with your job. Inevitably, it happens. So I just don't talk about politics at work anymore. Like I said, I'll tell you again, I'm in a 6x8 room right now by myself, and I will be this way until 7 o'clock this morning. I can talk about whatever the hell I want when I'm in my little jail cell. When other people show up, time and place. And work is not the time and place to discuss that. There are some people that like to be vocally active all the time about what they believe in and stuff like that. This is how I feed my family. This is how I pay my bills. And I keep a roof over our head and I keep gas in the vehicles. I'm not going to jeopardize that because I can't have self-restraint. I'm a grown-ass man and I know how to shut my mouth for a few hours. So I'll do that. It's going to hurt me to keep my opinion to myself for a while. Because again, it's either, what's more important to me? Making somebody hear my point of view or taking care of my family. It's priorities. It's priorities. My family is way more important to me than my opinion. So sometimes it's smarter to understand proper time and place. And then some of you who are in more intimate situations with your coworkers, I understand. I've heard stories about people that live in constant fear. I've heard stories about people that literally have to check themselves and everything that they carry into work with them and make sure there's no flags, make sure there's no emblems or anything that could be construed as conservative. Because there's a hostile environment against conservatives at their work. And I feel for people like that. But at the same time, work is work, man. Work is work. Do your job, clock out, and then go to a rally. Do your job, clock out, go down to ICE. Do your job, clock out, get on an X Space or on a live stream and tell everybody your opinion all you want. But in the meantime, we as conservatives understand the need to actually do stuff in our life. We don't have all day to be political. We don't have all day to do stuff that doesn't make us money, that doesn't progress our lives. We have lives. We have assets. We have things that we owe on. We have bills that we have to pay. We have goals and aspirations of things that we want, a better life for our kids, a better life for our family. Being politically active does not gain you all of those things 99.9% of the time. There are exceptions to every rule. You could be Nick Fuentes or Jake Lang or some of these people that have huge channels, the Hodge twins, whatever, the Young Turks. You could be Brandon Tatum. You could be Matt Walsh. Okay, they get paid and make good money off of spewing their political opinion all the time. Most of us don't. Most of us have to make a choice. And my choice is always the well-being of my family comes first before anything. I do not talk about religion religion's the same way. Religion's, I learned not to talk much, just work and never bring up religion, politics, etc. Just minimize talking. I never got that's the smart way to do it. I'm glad that people are agreeing with me in chat because that is the smart way to do it. Like I said, time and place for everything. And when you're at work, when you're punched in, you're there to make money and take care of your bills. Like I said, I know people, and I've literally done it. I've gotten off of work, sat in my car, and put the phone in my dashboard and joined the live stream. I've joined the live stream on my way back and forth to work. Not very safe, but I've done it. Because you've got ideas and opinions and thoughts and everything pent up in you, and you can't wait to get them out. So as soon as you get off of work and you're not in that work environment, do your due, bro. Do what you got to do. Be you. But when you're at work, we as conservatives have to be bigger, better people. Because not everybody enjoys the freedom that I'm enjoying right now. And I feel for you people that have to, I hate to use the word live in fear, but sometimes it is, especially when I hear women talk about it. Because a lot of women feel like it's a hostile environment already. And sometimes it is. I don't think it's a systemic thing, but sometimes there are environments that women aren't going to feel comfortable in at work. There are asshole bosses. There are chauvinistic people out there. There are sexist and masochistic people. I can't think of the word right now. I don't know. I'll think of it when it doesn't matter. But you know what I'm talking about. There are men that mistreat women in the workplace. It does happen. And there are certain occupations where it happens more than most. And I've been around those occupations and I've watched it happen to women. And it's not okay. And yes, I did say something. Yes, I will say something when I see women being mistreated. But some women work in an intense and sometimes hostile environment already. And then if you have a different political view than most of the people in that environment, you're really going to be scared of people finding out that political view. And I get that. I want you guys to know I'm not talking smack about you guys, and I'm not belittling you for that. And I'm not saying you're wrong or weak or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. I feel incredibly bad for somebody who has to spend, 8+ hours of your day stressed out like that. That's not all right. That's not okay. And F the people that make you feel like that, because that's not okay in the least bit. I'm chauvinistic, but I'm chauvinistic in a way that benefits women, because I feel it's my obligation to protect women. I feel it's my obligation to open doors for women. I feel it's my obligation to make sure that they're comfortable and feeling like people appreciate them. It's gonna sound, I'm a married man. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm out there trying to make things with women, and my wife knows this, I'm old school. And if I see a woman with a kid or a bag of groceries or something, and they're walking to the door, I will wait and I will open the door for that woman. If I see a woman running from a man, that man's not going to chase her for very much longer, because I feel like it's our job as men, as real men, as alpha men, to protect women. And I'm chauvinistic and sexist for that. Okay, I'll own it. I think it's my X profile. It says, toxic masculinity is my motto. I'm old school. I'll admit it on here. Some of you heard it elsewhere. I just turned 56 a couple weeks ago. I'm a Gen Xer, hardcore Gen Xer. But I was raised in a German Teutonic household. And that meant that I was taught that you always protect women. You always protect women, even if you don't like them. They may do stuff wrong, and you may want them to shut the hell up, but you don't wish or allow harm on them. And that creates a really, really, really tense and itchy, sketchy, very confusing situation when you're in places like the ICE facility, when you've got all of these stupid, retarded females, and some of them that don't realize they're females. And then you got guys pretending to be females. But that belief and that code and that tenet is really hard to justify and really hard to stand by when you're in the middle of a bunch of women that don't act like women and don't believe that they're women. I mean, it's so confusing. It's so confusing. And that's why most of the time it's much easier to hang out with conservative women, because most conservative women, even the alpha women, still believe in traditional gender roles and believe a woman should be a woman and a man should be a man, and how they interact together. And it's not confusing. I don't like to be confused. I don't know how many of you like to be confused. I don't. Old school is awesome. Well, whether it's awesome or not, I don't have a choice. It's how I think. It's literally pounded in my head from a young age. Literally. I still argue this to this day. I called my mom. I hope YouTube doesn't, kick me for this, but I called my mom a bitch once, according to my mom. And my dad literally picked me up from a dead sleep and punched me straight in the freaking mouth and told me, if you ever curse at your mom, you will taste blood. So literally, I've had it pounded in my head since I was a kid that you treat women like they're women. I can't help it. It's not going to go away. So sorry. Toxic masculinity is my motto. Anyways, I don't know how I got on that tangent. My grandmother was full-blooded German, daughter of a Baptist. See, I'm not German, but my stepfather's family was German. So, and they acted like old school Germans. Kind of weird, because everybody used to argue with me because we had a matriarch. My grandfather worked or slept. We barely saw our grandfather. He did not run the household, but we had a matriarch. My grandmother ran the household. And literally, if you went to my grandparents' house, You would swear she was Queen Elizabeth. And it's oh my God, it's crazy. She was definitely Queen Mary. And it was a German/English household. And my dad and my uncle considered themselves hard asses, probably still do. They're in their 70s and they probably still think they could beat up the world. And you didn't look at my grandmother wrong. If one of them saw each other look at grandma wrong, well, it would be mom to them, then they would be fighting with each other. You did not, no crossword, no argument. You know, she said jump. The only thing came out of your mouth was how high. That's it, period. And it's because, you know, I'm 56 years old. If I called up my uncle right now, I would still call him Uncle Bill. I have never called my mother anything but mom. I don't understand these kids that don't believe in titles. To me, that's respecting the elders in your family. And I was raised that way. If I go to my mom's house right now, I do not enter without knocking. And I'm welcome in her house anytime I damn well please. I do not enter her door without knocking. Preferably calling first. But she laughs because I'll call first and they'll know I'm coming and and they'll hear my motorcycle pull in the driveway. I will still stop and knock on the door and ring the doorbell before I go in their house. Because to me, that's respecting my elders. And these kids these days, no clue. Oh, I think Bill's done. I think we got... Oh, no, I still see him. It's still him. He's restreaming somebody else now. To me, that's complete respect. And there's been many years and lots of times where I have not liked my mom one bit. I won't even get into the details, but my mom and I have had a contentious relationship for a lot of years of my life. But yet I did not disrespect her to her face. Never. Still won't. I'm a 56-year-old, 6 foot tall, 230-pound man who has been in the ring with people like or not in the ring, but on the mat with people like Randy freaking Couture. Once. And he whooped my ass. But still, I am a grown-ass man in many shapes and forms. And I will still feel ridiculously retarded if I let curse words slip in front of my mouth. That's the way I was raised. You respect your elders in your family, especially your parents. My stepfather did a lot of things wrong when I was a kid. And when I was in my early adult years, we'll say, I would have nightmares about physically harming my stepfather because I grew up and became who I became, and that's what I thought about. I used to be an incredibly violent person. And I didn't see my stepfather for a lot of years. And my brother calls me up and he says, I have two brothers. My one brother calls me up and he says, Dad is coming to Oregon to visit our third brother. And he's going to stay at his house and he wants us all to show up and have dinner. And I'm like, no, that's not a good idea. I said, my brother does not want blood on his carpet. That is a really bad idea. And the brother that called me, he damn near begged me. He was like, you've got to do this. You've got to get this water under the bridge, all this stuff. You know, you got to make up. You got to, you know, you guys are too old to have all this shit going on anymore. We need to be a family again, yada, yada, yada. So I gave in because I love my brother, my little brother. And I said, okay, but if it turns bad, it's not my fault. Remember, you begged me to come here, to go there. And I literally had nightmares for 2 weeks before that night that we were all supposed to meet. This is how bad I wanted to get repercussions for the crap that my stepfather put me through as a young man, as a young child, as a teenager, all that, as a minor, as a youth. So the day finally comes, and I pull up in front of my brother's house, and my stepdad comes walking down the driveway out of the garage. And instantly, I was disarmed. Instantly, there was a voice pounding in my head saying, "That's your dad, mind your manners." I'd had nightmares for 2 weeks about this moment. Instantly, "That's your dad, mind your manners." And you know what I did? I got out of my truck, walked up to him, shook his hand, and then he hugged me. And my dad's a very, very proud man. So you have to understand him to understand that that hug was his best attempt at an apology. And then we went about our night like nothing had happened. Because you respect your elders and you respect your parents. They may not have done everything right, but if it wasn't for my parents, I would not be here right now. Specifically, my mother. And my stepdad may have been an a-hole, but he worked the entire time to make sure that we had a house and utilities and food on the table and a car to get places when we had to go to the hospital and school things and all of that. So, in my book, he earned some respect for that. I'm not going to say that I didn't want to be good friends with him, but he gets that respect. Right or wrong, I don't know, but that's just the way it is. That's the way I was taught. You respect your elders, and you protect women. And from everything that I've read and gathered throughout the years, it's like old school Teutonic values. That's how we that's how we did it in the German house that I grew up in. We lived with my grandmother for about a year when my parents went through some financial problems. I was in like the 4th grade or something like that. But I remember the atmosphere being so completely different. It was like my parents were on pins and needles to make sure that they didn't disrespect my grandmother. Because if my grandmother said no, end of story, no arguments. If my grandmother raised her finger, she didn't even have to say no. You knew you better quit doing what you were doing. And mind you, my grandmother was only 5 foot tall. But the way everybody treated her, you would have thought she was 10 foot tall. Again, I don't know how we got on this tangent. I really don't know what the original conversation was. I kind of veered off way over here somewhere, sorry. But I see everybody talking about it in the chat, so that's good. That's good. You guys are still interested in my rambling. I had no idea how we got to this point. But yeah, the last thing I remember talking about was we have tape, we have video. I date myself when I say tape. We have video, we have streams of the Patriots owning that whole block in front of the ice building for a little while. And that's pretty awesome. Granted, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then we found out that there was some We Love Iran rally going on in front of Portland City Hall, so that's where they all were. We didn't know this before we drove down there. But I thought it was pretty cool that we got to own that block for a few minutes. In my eyes, that was a little victory. So good for us. It wasn't anything striking. It wasn't anything exciting. Kind of anticlimactic when you get down to it. But for a few minutes, we owned that block. And while we were there, about 3 times, I'm going to count, maybe 4, I don't know. But there were multiple times when ICE was pulling in and out, and they literally slowed down and waved and gave us the thumbs up. And they were happy to see people standing in front of there supporting them. So for a few minutes, we kind of did a civic duty for the people helping the safety of our country. I'm not going to get into the whole pro or anti-ICE argument right now because my opinion is nuanced. I don't have a cut and dry, yes, I am, no, I'm not. It's a long conversation. But I do support and have respect for anybody that puts on a uniform in America and is obligated to protect my safety and our laws. If you make that choice and you're not a total scumbag, because there are exceptions to the rule, don't get me wrong. Bad cop's a bad cop, a bad soldier's a bad soldier. But more often than not, I will have complete and utter respect for somebody who puts on a uniform that requires you to potentially make the ultimate sacrifice in order to protect our country, our communities, and our safety. I'm not back to blue 100%, but I will support good cops. Like I said, my opinions are nuanced. There are very, 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 very extremely few things in life that I have a cut and dry idea on. Okay, I'm getting a phone call here. If you guys can talk amongst yourselves for just a couple minutes, I am going to excuse myself and take this phone call. I guarantee you I'll make it quick. I will be right back. Thank you if you stay. Hello. Hi, I'm good. I'm on the line now. What's up? All right, did I lose everybody? It says there's still 13 people in here. Okay, good. I didn't lose everybody. Told you I'd be quick. That was good news. I'm glad I took that phone call. All right. I have taken every day for those words. Is he in a shed? We already talked about this, caveman. I'm it is a temporary work office because our building is under construction right now. So I am in a jail cell size storage container that is a temporary office. Remember what I said or did? Put my grandfather cracked me upside the head. Tell you whatever the hell I didn't do it again. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Yeah, my dad was that way. Yeah, I didn't. If I FA'd, I FO'd. Degrees in the theology and law enforcement. That's where the name came from. I didn't know that either. I'm learning more about you, Reverend. You should come in mine more often. Mr. Bill's leering content. Wow, Mr. Bill's showing a variety of stuff over there. Anyways, thank you for the people that are still here. Sorry about that interruption. But somebody bring up another topic because I feel like I'm just yakking the yak right now. Somebody bring up another subject that we can talk about. And like I said, please feel free to interact in the chat. You guys see I'm trying to read the chat as big as I can. I'm not on my phone. I can actually see the chat because I'm on a computer screen. So, and just to let you guys know, also due to the construction, my Wi-Fi is really sketchy. So if I get cut off and this thing just stops, it's not my fault. It will be better in the future. So just letting you know ahead of time, if this all of a sudden goes black, it's not my fault. Nothing happened to me. It's just that really stupid. I'm actually using a phone hotspot to power a laptop to do this. So I'm surprised it's working as well as it is. It's probably good that I had to use the basic program because it's not drawing too much crap. And I'm also, because of this temporary thing, I'm operating on a Jenny outside. So if that runs, I filled it just before this, so hopefully it'll last until I'm done. But it may also go black in here. It probably won't kill the live stream, but it'll go black in here if the Jenny runs out of gas. So there are variables in play here that may pop up. But like I said, I'm glad that I have people in here and interacting because Quincy made me do it. If this is a shitty live stream, blame him. He made me do it. I notice he's not popping in here anywhere. He's probably been asleep. He was on for a long time today. And then he got into that really deep discussion with that Mohammed guy for a long time. I signed off, went and did a whole bunch of other stuff, came back, and he's still talking to that Mohammed guy. That was kind of crazy. I have a hard time doing that. Debating people that are so hardline in their beliefs, because I'm also hardline in my beliefs. I'm very opinionated. What's the red and black thing behind me? Oh, this is my lunchbox. It's kind of my carry-on. It's my man purse. I'm not going to lie. It's got all the stuff that I use on a daily basis and take to work with me. And it's small enough it fits in the tour pack of my motorcycle. So it's actually a fishing tackle box. So it's got those little trays with all the compartments. So I put up my GoPro batteries and my fingernail clippers and little adapters and memory cards and all the stuff I use for when I do my computer stuff at work. It all hides in this box. And then like this is the pocket I put my wallet in and my cigarettes and all that. It's a fishing tackle bag. And it is the greatest man purse ever. I have one that's slightly bigger that is actually a cooler bag. It'll fit like 2 6-packs in it, but it's a little too tall. So I don't know how much you guys are familiar with tour packs on Harleys, but they're only so tall. And if I put the bigger one in my tour pack, I have to turn it sideways. And then when I get to work, I have to empty it out and reorganize everything. But this one's just the perfect right height. My wife got this for me, so I'm kind of happy about it. I just recently got it. It's just the right height that I can set it in my bag like that and everything. And then with the trays in there, everything stays organized. And basically I have to get my keys, what do they call, keys, smoke, wallet, phone, and throw it all in this little bag. And I know I've got everything ready to go to work. So yeah, it's a true work bag. It really is. And there's still enough room in there. So you can put my hand in there to pick up some Subway on the way to work, or sometimes I'll go to Albertsons and buy some snacks or whatever. There's still enough room in there to do that. And then when I go to work, it just slings over my shoulder. It's a great man purse. It really is. The problem though is I've become so dependent on it that I will often forget things in it when I don't take it with me. That's the hard part. Because like if I'm out doing stuff with my family or whatever, I don't want to carry this around everywhere. So I'll try to stuff the things in my pocket and then I'll forget. I'm so used to having that with me that, it's like a woman in her purse. That's why I call it my man purse. I know if my wife decides to take just her wallet instead of her purse, inevitably she forgot something. It's it's just the way it works. And the same thing, if I don't take that with me, I'm definitely going to have forgotten something. But yeah, so that's what that is. Again, I know. I don't know. You guys are very observant when it comes to backgrounds, and that's always interesting to me. And I think that's why I'm having a hard time setting up my studio, because I know you guys are going to nitpick everything in the background if I do a live stream. So I'm trying to make sure everything's just right. Did you do MMA or was that a one-off thing? No, I was into MMA for a while. I'm not saying that I did a whole lot, but I did take some training. And one of the gyms that I used to go to drop-ins at was owned by Randy Couture. And not Matt Lindland, but Matt, oh my God, I can't, the other Roman Greco guy. Matt, oh my God, this was 20 some years ago, so my memory is a little shy. And then later on, when I lived in another little town, probably about 15 years ago, my friend who actually ended up being the mayor of the town, kind of funny, I was literally studying striking arts from the mayor of the town I lived in. That was kind of a weird scenario. But like I said, I'm not like, I wasn't going to go sign up for Sport Fight or anything, but I do know some stuff. We'll just leave it at that. Again, I don't like running around saying I'm a badass or anything like that, but I do know how to take care of myself. I tell everybody, I don't know if I can kick your ass or not, but you sure as hell ain't kicking mine. It's that simple. So the problem is, I'll tell you a funny thing about that is, believe it or not, well, I don't know how much it comes across on, I don't know how much it comes across on the screen, but right now, currently, I'm 6 foot tall, 5'11" and 3/4 technically, and I weigh between 230 and 235. I've got a little dad bod going on. I'm fed fairly well, and the older I get, the less active I am. So the weight's starting to go from here down to here. I'm sure some of you understand that. The funniest thing is I actually went through what I call a second puberty, right when I was starting to get training. When I was 25, 26, I was 170 pounds. And I always laugh because I was literally built like, and I'm hoping I'm getting the name right, but like Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man. I was long, I was lean, everything on me was completely muscle. And there are reasons for that I won't get into right now, but I had just got done with a lot of heavy workouts, boxing training and stuff like that. Well, I'll just throw it out there in case anybody's good. I did time. I am a convicted felon. I am an ex-con. And I did time, but the good news is this was in 1995. I ended up only doing a year. My sentence was for more than that. But I did my time right, did what I was supposed to, rehabilitated myself, and came out scot-free with no paper and changed my life from there. And have lived a clean life for, last November, I celebrated 30 years of not being in serious trouble and not being locked up. I'm pretty proud of that. I was a dumb kid and made a lot of stupid mistakes. I tell everybody that God put me in there because I needed it and picked the right time, and I was ready to learn. I was done with my shenanigans, and he put me in somewhere where I could sit and think about it and get my mind right. So I did. Not saying I was perfect when I came out, but I came out a completely different person than I went in. But when I was in there, I decided to seriously get on a health kick. Now, I was always really healthy because I've literally been doing construction since I was 15. And I did a lot of surfing, skateboarding, riding semi-pro BMX bikes. Then I got into touring bikes, so I was always an avid bicyclist. Plus doing construction, I was always really, really, really active and had a very high metabolism. So I was always in really good shape and really strong. And then when I got locked up, I had nothing else to do but play sports and play. It was one of the last years that we had a weight pile. And due to circumstances, I ended up befriending some people that were weightlifters and boxers. And so I got into boxing and weightlifting while I was locked up. And I literally came out in the shape that I was playing basketball at like a YMCA gym or something like that. And a guy from a fitness magazine actually came up and wanted to do an interview. And I'm not saying that to brag, because it's just kind of, I was blessed with really good metabolism back then. It wasn't really anything that I was intentionally doing. It was just really easy for me to be in really, really good shape. So anyways, then comes, I turned 26. And on my 26th birthday, I was about somewhere between 165 and 175. I would have been in light middleweight. Between my 26th birthday and my 27th birthday, I literally gained about 45 pounds and still had a six-pack. Odd thing. A buddy of mine and I started a furniture moving company, and with me, him, and another friend of ours. And the two friends of ours, him and the other friend of ours, were twice my size. They were ex-football players. They were huge. And I always had kind of I always had kind of a chip on my shoulder because I was the little guy. But in that year, I went up to 205, sometimes 210, and still had a six-pack because I was working 12 hours a day on a furniture moving truck. So that's when, due to some other friends, and that was about the time that I think that was the same time that Dana White took over UFC. So MMA exploded. It was the end of the what do you call them? The rounding rounds, the tournaments. Back in the day with Butterbean and Dan the fire guy and all of those and Tank Abbott and all of that. It was the end of that era, and it was turning into the organized UFC. And a bunch of our friends were into it. So we started having UFC parties, and then I found out that they were into it because they actually went to a place called Team Quest. And they were like, dude, you should go to Team Quest with us. And that's why I say drop-ins, because if any of you are from the Portland area, you'll know that this is, well, I fast forwarded some years, but this is around 2002 or 3-ish, somewhere around there. And I had been a bar bouncer and all of that already. And they're like, dude, you're a perfect candidate. And I was feeling weird because I was a little older than them by now. I was getting up in years. I think I was like 30-ish, like my early 30s, 30, 31, 32. And they were like, dude, trust me, you'll find out later, but that's not a big deal. And I couldn't figure out what they were saying because they were kids to me. You know, they were in their early 20s. I was 10 years older than these guys. I'm not going to fight with you guys. You know, I'm a bar bouncer. I'm tough when everybody's drunk, but you guys aren't going to be drunk. That's going to, make the odds not in my favor. So, but they were like, okay, let's do that. Let's take you there, come for a couple drop-ins or whatever. And lo and behold, I loved it. I loved it. I was getting my ass kicked every night, and I loved it. I was like, I'm okay with this. I'm getting my energy out. I'm getting my angst out. I'm getting my frustration out. Because I was going through some stressful times in my life, and I said, this helps. And I'm starting to, this is going to get me back in shape. And I was completely stoked about it. So one of the guys was like, I'll help train you. And he walked around about 220 and fought at 185. So he literally lost 35 pounds at a time to make weight. And I see K2. Then close to school, then sold at school for pennies on the dollar. I'll have to have always got me and make me better. I'm not sure what all that is. It hadn't been until about Gen X at this time in life. Yeah. Where was I? I literally watched him drop 35 pounds to make weight for his fights. He's probably 6'1", 6'2". And like I said, walked around. He walked around at like my size now, maybe a little bit bigger, and would literally fight in middleweight at 185. And I'm like, that's where I should be. I'm only 6 foot tall. I don't have a big wingspan. Most of my strength is in my lower body. So I need to drop. I need to go down because I'm going to be a monster at 185. So he's like, okay, I'll tell you how to do it. So we got a special diet. I lived out in Centennial, so we started jogging the Springwater Trail twice a day, monitored meals, all these habits. And I went from 205 to 215. So I actually went up a class. Now I'm fighting in big heavyweights. I'm fighting the big boys. My class would have had me fighting 260-pound men. And I'm like, no, please no. So yeah, it's a weird thing. That's what happens when you get older though. I went through a second puberty. My metabolism totally changed. Instead of getting smaller, I got bigger. Now I looked better because at that point you're putting on muscle weight and dropping fat. So I looked better. I was a stud. Self-proclaimed. But yeah, so weird. And that was one of the reasons why I stopped. Why I didn't completely stop, but I kind of went back to it being a hobby, a part-time hobby. I had aspirations because I've actually sat and ate dinner with Randy Couture. And at the time, he was 35, 36. I can't remember what year it was, but it was the year that he put on the Sport Fight Productions here in Portland. And I got to take your dirt bike quad riding. Yes, I would love that. I don't have any dirt bikes yet. I would love to do dirt bike riding. I haven't done that in I can't even remember last time I did that. I haven't even ridden a quad in probably 20 years. I sat and had dinner with Randy Couture at Hooters, of all places, because it was an after event gathering at we did all of Team Quest and the Sport Fight guys that came in from out of town. We all went to Hooters after the fights. The fights were at the Coliseum, I believe. It was the Coliseum or Rose Garden, but I think it was the Coliseum because it was smaller and it was a brand new venue. The Sport Fight thing was brand new, so they were still testing the waters. They couldn't afford the Rose Garden, so I'm pretty sure it was the Coliseum. But anyways, then we went to Hooters, and everybody was like, "Dude, you have to go talk to him. He's your idol. He's Captain America, dude. Go talk to him." And the real Captain America, not the POS that, yeah. Anyways, not the fake liberal protester Captain America, real Captain America. And everybody's like, dude, he's the coolest guy. He's the coolest guy. And like literally, I was so starstruck with him that when we passed each other at the gym, I couldn't even say hi. And they're wanting me to go sit at his dinner table with him. And finally, they convinced me. I had to go to the bathroom and had to walk by his table, and they're like, "You better stop and say hi, or you're a giant." You know, I don't think I can say the word on YouTube, but you guys know what I mean. And I was like, "Sorry to bother you," and he looks at me and he goes, you're in my gym. And I'm like, holy crap, he recognizes me. I'm like, oh my God. And he's like, you want to sit for a minute? And I'm like, yeah. And he looks at me and he's like, you have a question. Ask me. He said, you have a question. I'm like, dude, I want to quit. And he's like, well, what's wrong? Is this not for you? And I said, no. I said, dude, I could be some of these guys' dads. I'm getting thrown around the mat by 20-year-old kids and getting my ass kicked every freaking night by 20-year-old kids. And he's like, that's part of the game. He says, how long have you been doing it? At that point, it had only been a few months. And he looks at me and he goes, bro, do you realize I'm older than you? And I hadn't at that time until he said it. I knew he was older than most in UFC, but I didn't realize how old he was. And literally, he was like 2 years older than me or something. And he's like, if it doesn't stop me, don't let it stop you. And I was like, oh. So ever since then, there's a 20-year-old running around in here, thanks to Randy Couture. And then a few weeks later, he ended up teaching a grappling class and made me cry like a girl. So, because it's funny that he fights at 205, but he runs around at like 240, normal weight. It's most of people don't understand that about these UFC guys, is that the actual pro fighters, most of these guys fighting at 185 run around at like way over 200 pounds, and they lose massive amounts of weight because it gives you an advantage. When I'm fighting somebody that's also 230 pounds, I don't have an advantage. And a lot of times, somebody who's 230 pounds as a fighter is probably 6'2", 6'3". So I'm at a disadvantage because like I said, I don't have a long torso. I don't have a long wingspan, comparatively speaking, to most people that fight. And I'm also quite robotic, according to my instructors. My nickname was Mr. Roboto in my striking class. But anyways, I shouldn't be saying that online. Antifa could be watching. But when I connect, I also connect like a robot. So just let you know that. Anyways, but most of these guys that fight at 185 are huge. And I was always at a massive disadvantage because most guys that are above 205 are way bigger than me. I'm not a small guy by any means. Some of you that met me in person know that I'm not a little guy. But among my peers in the fighting world, I was a little guy. And it's quite disheartening. And yeah, so anyways, after that, I ended up turning it into a hobby and just trying to stay in shape. And like I said, I'm not out to kick anybody else's ass. I'm just gonna make sure you don't kick mine. And it's that simple. And this is why you don't see me out there getting into fights with everybody all the time and stuff like that, because I don't have anything to learn and I don't have anything to prove by getting into a physical fight with these idiots downtown. I really don't, because I've been on both sides of it. I've won a lot and I've lost a lot. I know my capabilities. I know my limitations. I don't have that youthful angst anymore. If I throw hands, there's a really damn good reason for it. Because I'm going to do my best to hurt you so you can't hurt me. I'm going to put you out of commission before I get hurt. That's my goal anyways. Not saying it's always 100% effective. Again, I'm not trying to sound like a tough guy here because I'm really not. I'm a capable person, but I'm not some kind of Billy Badass. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be an internet tough guy. But everything I'm telling you is verifiable. So I'm not, spinning tales or anything like that either. And I'm not making myself out to be something I wasn't. I'm not a UFC fighter. I've never been in the fucking octagon. I'm not, no, none of that. So I'm not not stolen valor here. I'm not trying to be something I'm not. But I'm saying the training that I have had and the schooling that I have had and the lessons that I have learned were by very, very good people. And they told me that up here is more important than this. And they said, think about everything you do before you do it. There are point in times when you have to instantly react, and that's different. But if you have the time to think about it, weigh the options, and come to the best conclusion for the whole situation. And somebody put, they're not worth it. And that's absolutely correct. And I told Reyes that. Some of you have seen the video of me standing with Preston Reyes in front of ICE and him blowing smoke in my face. Now that I've told you that story, maybe you'll understand that I wasn't being a little bitch. And I wasn't afraid of him. It was not him intimidating me. It was not none of that. Because I literally could have put him into a submission in 15 seconds right there where he stood. Or struck him a few times to the point where he was going to the hospital. Because Reyes isn't that big. If I would have unleashed my anger on him, he would have been taken away in a stretcher. And that's not bravado, that's just reality. I thought about it, and I thought about whether it was worth it or not. Because what you don't see on that video is 20 feet up the street, there's a little triangle island where the street sign is. Some of you have watched the videos, understand this. And that entire island was filled with yellow-coated bicycle cops, PPB. And guess who they were watching? They weren't watching Preston Reyes, who had literally started a fight consecutively with 4 different people, 3 before me, and I was number 4. He was literally running around starting fights with everybody. Cops weren't watching him. I turned around and looked eye to eye with 3 of those freaking cops. They were literally laser focused on me. Guess who went to jail? Even though technically he assaulted me. Even though he was the instigator. If I would have defended myself in any way, shape, or form, I would have went to Portland jail. And I don't want to go to a Portland jail. I don't want to go to any jail, but I really don't want to go to a Portland jail. I've been in the Portland area, in Oregon, in the Willamette Valley for 31 years now. And have never been in Portland jail. I'd like to keep it that way. I don't want to go sitting there with drunks and druggies and gang members and all of that crap and yada, yada. Preston Reyes is not worth 10 minutes of that, let alone a whole weekend of waiting to go to court on Monday. And then getting charges just like Tommy, just like Jeremy Roberts, just like Nick Sorter. I'm not up for all that over somebody who's really not that important to me. Preston Reyes is a nothing. He's a nobody. He's worse than a nobody. He's a loser. Now he's famous for being a loser. That's worse than a nobody. A nobody people just don't know. Now everybody knows that name Preston Reyes as a loser. I didn't have to do that. Punching him in the face would not have accentuated that. He's doing it all on his own. Do you think PPB look at record? Well, it's possible. If they can identify who you are, then they're going to look at your record. And I'm already a 2-time convicted felon. So that's not going to help my case. Even though reality says I've been a good boy for 30 plus years. That's not going to matter. It doesn't matter on your record. I will forever, till the day I die, be a 2-time convicted felon, no matter how much good I do on this planet. I have to be careful of that. I have to weigh that in every decision that I make when I interact with other people. I have to weigh that. And it's my fault. I'm not a victim. I did it. I made those decisions and I have to pay for them. I IFO'd, IFO. I was a stupid kid, made stupid decisions. I was selfish. I was violent. And I paid for it. And I'm going to pay for it for the rest of my life because I was dumb enough to do it twice. When you do it twice, you don't get expunged. If you do it once, you can straighten your life out and get it fixed. If you do it twice, you're a moron. I was a moron. So now every decision I make, that comes into play. And they're going to see the stuff on my record. And the cops are going to interact with me based on that record. They're not going to take the time to think, well, how many years was it? Let me see the rest of his record. What has he done since then? And no, that's not how it works. It's not internet doxing. It's a criminal record that comes up instantly when they type in your name, and they have to act appropriately because of that. That makes me a dangerous person. Whether it's justified or not, whether it's right or not, that's how they have to approach it. Apparently, this guy's dumb enough, didn't learn his lesson. He did it twice. This guy's been to the joint. Most people that have been to the joint are not smart people. That's how they see it. I can't blame them for it. So yeah, that's a good question. Would they have seen my record? They may not have seen it before they came and cuffed me, but I guarantee it when they took my ID and when they took my license and ran my name, they would have found out. And that would have changed everything from that moment forward on how they treated me. It's happened. I've had traffic tickets. I've had, no insurance. I've let my license lapse and, got suspended because of dumb driving and shit. I got a disorderly conduct on a drunk New Year's Eve. I've had little things happen here and there. And when they find out my record, their entire attitude changes. Because I'm cool with cops. I'm smart enough to know that you should be. Because they're doing their job. And if the cop is halfway decent person, if you're cool with them, they're cool with you back. They're still going to arrest you. That doesn't mean they're not cool. It means they're doing their job. It's how they arrest you and how they treat you after they arrest you. Makes them a good cop or a bad cop. I am always straight up with them. I am always 100% honest with them. I am always 100% cooperative with them. And I've never been abused. But I can tell the attitude difference once my record comes back. And when if they go to book me, a couple of times I've had to spend like a couple hours or maybe a night in jail because of circumstances, or had to wait in the morning to see the judge, didn't want to bail, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Because they used to require bail for everything. You get a driving under suspension, you go to jail and have to bail out. Not even a big deal. I got pulled over for a freaking taillight and my license was suspended. I had to go to jail. It's not like I did anything major. It's not like I got any huge charges or anything. But they used to be able to take you to jail for just about anything. And on your way to the jail, the COs in the jail are running your record, getting you processed into the system. That's when they find out you got a record. So even if that arresting officer was completely cool with me the whole way down there, as soon as I go through the sally port and get tied to the bench in the waiting room, hopefully you don't know what I'm talking about, but I know some of you do. Whole different attitude, whole different atmosphere. Then I'm not a person that got arrested for a driving offense. Then I'm an ex-con. And everything's different. So your record does come in play. And like I said, I'm not a victim. I did it. I made mistakes. I was stupid. I chose that life. I chose the thug life when I was younger. No one in the jail are different words, especially if you get sent to county. Because those are county sheriffs. And usually the people, it seems to me anyways, I could be wrong on this, but what I've been told and what I've learned is the sheriffs that are in the county jail are ones that got pulled from active duty and are pulling desk duty or got demoted down to being a CO, and they all have attitudes. And also because they literally have to deal with incarcerated people 24 hours a day. They don't get a break. They don't get to go to the coffee shop and get coffee and donuts, and they don't get to sit in a church parking lot and talk with another patrol officer like the unis do. They have to sit in a building with a bunch of idiots, usually drunks and druggies and pissed off people all the time. That's a crappy job, man. If I was in law enforcement, I think that would be my least. That would be the job I would not pick. So yeah, they do have attitudes, and I feel like I understand why. Again, I don't have to agree with you to understand you, but I get it. I'm a pretty fair person. I like to see things from everybody else's perspective, and I feel like I can better formulate my perspective if I have the benefit of everybody else's perspective, and I can more effectively convey my opinions and my message. I can talk to people better if I understand where they're coming from. So just because I don't agree does not mean I don't understand. Those are two different things. And again, this went on so long, I forgot what started this conversation. Oh my goodness. I do that. Just stop me. If I go on a tangent, just stop me. Because like I said, there are times when one thing just leads to another and another and another. And full disclosure, I don't have much of a social life. I work nights, I sleep days. I don't have a whole lot of people that I call friends because I'm selective about the people I hang out with. So I don't have much of a social life. And when I find people that are interested in what I'm saying, then I keep saying stuff. So apologies if I get long-winded, but are you supposed to be long-winded when you're hosting I don't know if this is considered a podcast, but a live stream, a talking head live stream? I mean, it's not like we're doing anything else. And I already told you guys, I don't have the technological capability to bring up other screens and stuff like that. So basically, this is just me talking. I don't have all the cool stuff. I will soon. And I will be able to show you guys more pretty pictures and all of that kind of stuff. But again, if this is crappy, it's Quincy's fault. He made me do it. No, you guys in the chat are very great. And good night, all. Mama Bear heading to bed. Are you heading to bed too, Rev? Mama Bear and Rev, I appreciate both of you guys. You guys in other streams and stuff like that. So I really, really appreciate you guys saying positive stuff in the chat. That's awesome. Because I'm going to admit, another full disclosure, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm operating without a script, which I'm a very scripted person when it comes to this. If I know I'm going to be publicly speaking somewhere, I will write everything out. Because I'm a writer. I used to be a songwriter. I've also written. I've also written articles, short stories. I said I used to be a songwriter. I waxed poetic for years. I was a lot more creative in my younger years. So I'm really good at writing. And I'm very much better at writing than speaking. So when I know I'm going to have to speak to people, usually I will write. And I will do, even outlines and stuff like that. I got none of that. I can't really, if I was on the phone, I'd show you. There's nothing in front of me but an empty desk and computer stuff. Do you still play? You're probably asking that because I said I was a songwriter. I do not play. I just write, and I do my best to sing. I took guitar lessons when I was a kid, but I told you I was small, and my fingers and hands were too small to play the guitar. And then I really like drums. I started taking drum lessons because my godfather was actually a drummer in a Charlie Daniels cover band, oddly enough. And so I started doing drums, but my dad was always a third shift person and wouldn't let me play the drums in the daytime So I had to get rid of the drums too. And I like to fiddle with keyboards. I've never had any lessons, but because I've been into music all my life, I can muddle my way through keyboards. So if I have to put music to the lyrics that I write, I will usually try to make something on the keyboard to give somebody an idea. I have plenty of friends that play guitar. So usually I just have to find somebody on the same wavelength because they're all different. I have punk rock friends, I have country friends, I have hard rock friends. And I can write all that kind of music. So when the song comes into my head, I have to find out which genre it fits and then go find my corresponding friend to help me make music. So never had anything published. I was in a couple bands when I was younger and we did original songs. It really didn't take off all that well because we were too young and stupid to figure it out. But so what I did when I got older, I was a KJ for a lot of years. KJ, for those of you who don't know, is a karaoke jockey. I was also a DJ, but a KJ is not a DJ. KJ, because DJs hate karaoke and won't do karaoke. I was a full-time KJ and a part-time DJ, and I've always been involved with music. But like I said earlier, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. So I can do a lot of things, but not great enough to be hugely successful at it. The only thing I've ever been successful at is building houses. Did that most of my life. Everything else has been more of a hobby, a passion, maybe. So yeah, there's that. So I can do all this stuff, but I'm not real great at it. I'm very sorry, I did not see you soon. I hope you're doing good tonight. Yeah, you have to get in contact with each other. Definitely, I don't know. We've said that a bunch of times. I don't know why we don't. Definitely have to trade numbers or something like that. K-Man, if you have X, look me up on X. It's my same name as this. Look me on X and send me a DM if you have X. It's actually the Angry Oregonian, all one word, lowercase. Look me up and hit me up on X, and then we could get together and do some shit. If nothing else, maybe if you wanted to go to an event or something like that, we could even carpool or something like that. I don't know. I probably asked you this, but I'm not sure. Do you ride a street bike? I saw you say dirt bike and quad. Do you have some kind of street bike though? Yeah, that's gonna be an awkward pause if I wait for him to answer. Yeah, I'm so glad to see people in here that I recognize though. It's pretty awesome. And it is funny. Somebody said, "Oh, I've seen you in chats and it's good to put a face to the name." I have this issue every time there's a big event. I had this issue Saturday. It may be on my live stream, it may not be, but I spent like half the time saying, "Okay, who are you?" Because I talk to them online all the time, in chats, in YouTube chats, in private chats, groups, pages, spaces on X, all of that. But there's no faces to them. So then somebody comes up and they're like, "Hey, I know you." And I'm like, "Okay, who are you?" Because I don't know. And I feel really stupid. And then they tell me and I'm like, "Oh my God, so this is what you look like." It's funny. Some of you that are in X spaces will be familiar with the name Your Mom. I met her on Saturday. And the sweetest, she hate me for saying this, but the sweetest little old lady, honestly. And she told me who she was, and I'm like, "Oh my God," and I give her a great big hug because we interact in X spaces all the time. And I had no clue it was her, you know. And sometimes it took me a while, even the Patriot streamers that go down to ICE, because they all have X handles. And a lot of times, even when they're live streaming at ICE, the camera's pointed away from them. And then they're all masked up, and you don't know what they really look like. And then you see them somewhere like Saturday, and they're just regular people with no masks on and none of that stuff. And you're like, "I don't know who you are." And yeah, you do. We talk all the time. So it gets a bit awkward, the whole online thing as opposed to real life. So I like to meet as many people in real life as possible because that makes it less awkward. And when you've met somebody in real life, talking in their chats, it's different because you feel like you have a connection. You're not just some words on a screen anymore. So I encourage it. If you have a chance to go to somewhere where your favorite YouTubers are, your ex-favorites, people that you're in chat rooms with, people that you've interacted with online, if you get a chance to meet them, do so. Because you never know. There's the friendships come out of that. I've seen lots of people do that. They're like, oh my God, I talk to you all the time. Oh, I talk to you too. And then they'll go off and have a beer or something and become friends for years after that. So I encourage people, if you get a chance to meet your online buddies, meet them in real life. So Mama Bear, if you get a chance, meet Reverend Gunn. That's a joke. Mr. Bill's still going strong. He will. The minute I shut my stream down, Bill will shut his down. Watch. That's funny. Because I know he's watching, or he's got somebody watching, because he's put me on his screen a couple of times. I'll tell you what, though. Are you going to be on a bit? Oh, hey, there's Mr. Bill right there. Not quite sure, buddy. If I have things to talk about, I'm working until 7 o'clock in the morning. So until I have nothing to talk about, or somebody makes me get off here or something of that sort, I don't have any plans on skipping out at any specific time. Or why are you leaving? Because it's almost midnight. Are you getting ready to raid me? I will send people to talk to you about. Hold on. Okay. I've never been raided before. That's pretty cool. Awesome. See, that was what I was going to say before I realized he was in the chat, is that I haven't looked. I don't know how many subscribers I have right now, but literally I'm thinking half of those subscribers probably came from Mr. Bill's recommendations. This man has been so instrumental on helping me grow my channel that I owe him I owe him a bigger debt than I could repay. So I will always support Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill's a good one. Mr. Bill's a real one. Good night, buddy. And like I said, I would have came and joined you, but Quincy backed me in the corner and told everybody I was going to have a live stream. So because Quincy told everybody, I didn't have a choice but to go on a live stream. And I tried to figure out how to collab with you, and I'm not that smart yet. So we'll work that out in the future. Because I was going to try to start it and then collab with you and kind of, hook us together, but I don't know how to do it. So we'll figure that out in the coming days. But I appreciate you thinking about me like you always do, dude. You are instrumental and a lifesaver when it comes to my channel. I came over to your channel because of Mr. Bill. Yeah, I bet 90% of the people that come in my chat can honestly say they came to me from Mr. Bill. So yeah, you won't ever catch me saying anything other than joking about Mr. Bill. I like to give him shit sometimes, but he allows me to because he knows when shit hits the fan, I will always have his back in any situation, in any way, shape, or form necessary. I will have Mr. Bill's back regardless, because he's been a great friend. I am glad that we've known each other and that this local bout of patriotism and activism has brought us together closer. So I'm incredibly grateful for that. Danny Rebel, I got to tell you something, buddy. I do not understand why you and I are never down there at the same time. I hear all about you. I see you on videos and all that kind of stuff. Somehow, unless you're all black blocked up and don't know who I am and haven't come and said hi, I don't think you and I have met. And if we have, we didn't meet enough that I recognize who you are down there. So one of these days, Danny, you and I are going to have a chat so that I can recognize you, because I know who you are. I just don't think you and I have met. So we have to do that, because I respect you. I respect what you do down there. You're somebody that I definitely want to be pals with. So sorry, had trouble type. Sorry for all the misletters. What did you type? Man. Have I talked in MTT chats? Huh. I'm in so many. Is Mr. Bill being nice? Yes, Mr. Bill is being nice. He is actually rating. He's been showing me a couple times. I can see, I have my phone next to the computer and I can see his stream, and he's actually put me on a time or two. What is he watching? Oh man, there's something going down at ice, I think. Let me see. See, this is why I want to know how to put screens in here. I'm not sure if that's ice or not. Hey, Laura, will you do me a favor and find out what Bill's showing on his stream right now while he's dancing? Will you tell me what he's got on his screen? And if that's our ice? He made it smaller so I can't see it on my... Please, Laura. Please, Laura. I'm sorry to ask you a favor, but I can't... It's on my little phone. Is he really dancing? Yes, he was dancing. He actually... The news screen, he actually made smaller so we could watch him dance. I'm going to try to see... Create highlight video. I don't know what that means. Manage. Okay, hopefully this doesn't screw everything up. I'm going to try to find out. Oh, you're not going to let me do that while it's live. Okay, good. Only Mr. Bill and their viewers just joined. Say hello. Hello, Mr. Bill and your viewers that come over here. I appreciate it. There you go. Mr. Bill, you are the man, dude. You are the man. Mr. Bill's a great dancer. Mr. Bill and I still have to have our dance off. One of these days we will, but the problem is Bill only goes out during the day and I only go out during the night. One of us has to figure out how to change our schedule up a little bit. No, Mr. Bill is live, unless my phone's just way delayed. I don't know. Mr. Bill, if you're in here, tell me what you were just showing and if that's here or somewhere else, please. Because if you go off, I'm going to find another stream to put on my phone. I subbed the other night, but sometimes my chat bar doesn't show up. Not sure what that means. Maynard, old man, you're still in here. I haven't seen you say anything in a while. You've been in here the whole time? That's awesome. He hasn't said a word to anybody, but he's still watching. That's pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool. He was just signing off. Yeah, my phone may be delayed. If you watch it in different areas, then yeah. Edit. What does edit do? What does this do? Share screen? Mr. Bill probably has no idea how to do you. Bill, do you know how to do YouTube Studio live streams? I just saw myself on my phone. He switched me over. He was showing Bill and stuff. Yeah, I know. I was watching. It says share screen. I'm going to hit that. Choose what to share with YouTube Studio. Oh, but he just signed off, and I don't know who else I can show. All right, bear with me, guys. I'm going to try to do something different here to figure out if I can figure out how to share a screen. Laura, do you know if anybody like Ground Zero or anybody is... Select a tab to share. So I got to make another tab. God, I hope this didn't kill my feed. And then go to YouTube on here. Oh, you know what I can do? I could just show one of mine. Please tell me I'm still on. Let me see, go back to here. I'm still on, right? Hey, Woofy. You guys are still talking, so guess you're still on. I'm going to see if I can't put on one of my videos to figure out if I can share this or not, if I can figure this out. Get rid of that. Violent confrontations, arrested Saturday's protest. Okay, let's go to mine. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to figure out if I can do something cool or not. And I'm going to do it with one of mine because it's safer that way. 2/21, January 10th, live ICE debriefing. Let's go to this one. Oh my God, this computer's so slow right now. I'm still here. Yeah, I know I'm not going to find a live stream. I'm going to just start with one of mine.
Your help, that's bitch. Eat my fucking ass. I'm a real deal. I
Oh,
teach
sure
my
tab.
twice, and you did shit.
Here
You're
the tab.
fucking audience. Maybe I can get something. But you're too dumb.
I watched other people.
I saw
Pretty
getting
glitchy
issued a
because
jacket,
no
a
Wi-Fi.
flight jacket. The one that you in the Air Force never earned because your ass sat on the ground and fueled my aircraft, bitch.
Your aircraft.
Uh-huh.
He's a Navy SEAL aircraft flying. Yeah. Swimmer.
Yeah, look at that, Bill. I figured something
I
out.
had no idea you could reclass that many times.
You're probably infantry, one of those chuds who fucking stupid.
40.
Nobody helped to pay for that.
Gonna have to pay for it.
Attack the back of my head
You
first
got it a
place.
good will.
Open hand, it's on camera.
Oh, look at
I had a good conversation with
There
him.
used to be a secondhand surplus. Faucet.
really?
Maybe you got it there.
It's probably a little glitchy. It looks
And
like
it's gonna
it
be
messed
you?
with my Wi-Fi.
This, you're going to be somebody else.
It's
It's
gonna
not
be
going to be
somebody.
you.
It's gonna be somebody.
Yeah, it won't be you. Hey, I have where I'm going too.
We have a video where Charlie's at.
And I said earlier that I wasn't talking
I'm
about
basically Jesus, everybody.
stupid, fat, retarded, stolen valor, Captain America. That's where I
So
was
interesting.
talking.
What would happen if maybe, I don't know, I threw a grenade and killed all of you?
Is it?
It's buffering a
What
lot.
would happen if maybe, I
Listen,
don't
my
know,
Wi-Fi's
I threw a grenade
on
and
too
killed
much of it.
all? That's crazy, right? You guys get to experience more of the
I just want to see if I can
You
do
get to
it.
really see that happen.
You guys can watch it if you want later. It's on
I'm
my.
ready. If I come here and I do a mad
I just want to see if I can do it. Why did I do it? Because I can. Wi-Fi glitch bit, but it's cool that YouTube lets you do that on their own thing. Yo, you didn't know that, huh? I didn't know it either until just now. I'm just like clicking random things and seeing what it lets me do because I'm new to this. I'm new to this this kind of live stream. So yeah, I'm just straight up in the YouTube studio, Bill. I just went to. I don't think it lets you do this on the phone, but if you're on the laptop, you just hit create and it takes you to YouTube Studio and it lets you do this. Should pause video when you speak so we can hear. Yeah, I will, Woofy. I'm just, like I said, I'm figuring this out, buddy. I'm not a pro. This is my first time. I'm just trying to figure out what buttons do what. Like I told everybody, my next live stream will be better. This one is just me figuring it all out. And this is the experimental. This is it, but you pause. Yes, I will pause the video when I speak so that people can hear me. I do understand that's important. Thank you for saying that. Was that Travis or some other? No, that was Travis Jor. Just a help tip. Yes, very helpful tip, dude. Yeah, I'm not complaining. Trust me, Woofy. Thank you for saying that. And at this point, I will take all the help I can get, buddy. I am not going to say mean things against anybody that tells me anything right now. I can use all the help I can get. Does this Oregonian know how to skin the balls of a buck? Mr. Bill said to ask this. He is a Ducks fan. Does this Oregonian know how to skin the balls off a buck? I'm gonna say no. Oddly enough, I have a very, very bad gag reflex. And it's not blood, because I've seen plenty of that. Blood doesn't bother me, but guts and stuff like that. I can't even pick up my dog's poop in the house when the dog poops, because I have a very, very bad gag reflex. So because of that, I've never actually been seriously hunting. Pop some squirrels, whatever. But other than that, I've never really been hunting. And this isn't very manly to say, but I have a hard time killing animals, man. I really do. And it's not because I'm against hunting or anything. I'm all for hunting, and I realize animals feed us. I get all that. But I like deer. I have a family of deer that live in my backyard. Well, until I just moved recently. A literal family. We've watched babies be born and all this. You know, I'm not a hunter, dude. I like to fish. I can't even clean my own fish when I fish. It's embarrassing. Yeah, you got me. You got me on that one. I'm not a hunter. I'm not, and it's because I'm an animal lover, man. And it makes it difficult for me. And because of my gag reflex, I can't do it. I get sick at all that crap. So whatever. I'm plenty manly in plenty other areas, so I can admit that I don't do that manly thing. But I've got plenty of other friends that do, so I don't have to. That's fine. Many people can't be hunters. Yeah, I can't be a hunter. I can't do all that stuff. But I'll tell you what, I will go with my friends and hunt, and I'll pack the hell out of that deer out of the woods. I've done that before. I've helped carry deer out of the woods. But I can't do that other stuff because it makes me sick. And like I said, I'm plenty manly in plenty other ways, so I'm not afraid to admit I know my limitations, and I'm honest about it. Does the studio allow you to add guests? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out, Bill. I'm not quite sure. I don't see anything that looks like an option for it. Dressing is the easy way. Dressing, yeah. I'm not good at dressing the deer. You're correct. I have lots of friends. And Woofy, I agree with that too. I don't support sport hunting. Hunting for food is fine. Any of my friends that are hunting, they will eat what they kill. So Mr. Bill, he needs to do this live on his own. Well, I would invite Mr. Bill, but I'm not sure that the studio, you don't have access to this feature. You don't have access to this feature. Manage. If it lets me, I can't figure out how, and that's complete honesty. I just figured out how to add another screen on here, Bill, so cut me some slack, buddy. I'm learning. And the next time I do this, I'll be a little better. And the time after that, I'll be a little better than that. But for right now, you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. And I've got plenty of people in here that are enjoying what I'm doing. Okay, no worries, but I got my eye on you there, fellow mister. Well, Jared, if you feel the need to pull my man card, I understand. Dressing, you put dresses and stockings on the deer. Yeah. Yep, not a hunter, but like I said, I do a lot of other manly things, so I'm okay with that. I am still secure in my masculinity just because I'm not able to butcher an animal. I don't think that makes me any less of a man. But, okay, the only time this comes into play, and I will admit this, and you guys will laugh at this, I do like, so I can't really say I like to fish, but I like to catch fish. And my wife is she's super, super into fishing. Loves fish. But is Mrs. Angry mad at me for the questions yesterday? Not that I'm aware of. She loves you, Bill. Speaking of Mrs. Angry, we go fishing and Mrs. Angry has to do most of the fishing for me. Like I can cast and all of that, and I know where to catch fish and all of that stuff. Once the fish is dead, I have to hand it to her, and she has to gut it and whatever you call doing it to a fish. There's a word for it, and I can't think of it right now. You guys were so mean to Mr. Bill last night. I am never mean to Mr. Bill. I joke with Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill knows that. I go, oh, look, there's my wife right there. There's my wife. So Bill, ask her. Ice Queen is my wife. That's Tammy. Bill, in case you didn't know that. Ice Queen is my wife. And now she heard me telling the story. When we go fishing and I catch a fish, I have to hand it over to her. Because even the sliminess of a fish trying to take it off the hook makes me gag and want to hurl. Ice cream. It's queen, not cream. She has to put, no, usually I can handle the worm, right, hon? Usually I can handle the worm. It depends on the day, though. There has been times she's had to put the worm on. But truth be told, I usually don't use worms. I use lures and power bait and things of that sort. ECP and Laura seem to think, wait, your questions were too personal. What the hell were you asking when I was gone? Spill the beans. You guys were talking about me when I was gone, weren't you? I knew it. I said about to go to the bathroom, and you guys were talking about me. I caught you. You said you weren't. Bill. It's none of your business, angry. Just bite down. Oh, now everybody, now my wife and everybody else is going to gang up against me in my own live stream. I am never mean to Mr. Bill. I speak truth, and he does it to himself. Yeah, we're not mean. We're all honest. We're friends, so we're honest. That's what it is. And sometimes we give Mr. Bill a hard time, and Mr. Bill's allowed to give us a hard time. That's what friends do. That's how friends be, yo. I asked what were the best and worst things. So did you really ask that? Holy crap. Maybe I'm going to change my view. Well, you guys want to talk now while I go to the bathroom? You can't because she's not here at work to be on the live stream. Hey, that is how I took it, but the rest is your problem. That's what were the best and worst things about you. Now I'm curious about what she said. She answered it well. You guys do realize that anytime I can go back and watch it, right? I didn't know I had a reason to, but now I'm curious as F. See how these guys are? All the rest of you chat. We got Mr. Bill, Ice Queen, and Laura Loves America are all conspiring against me in my own live stream that I'm having a hard enough time with already. See how they treat me? Well, what she said was, if you must know, Nosy Rosie, I said, Nosy Rosie, best thing about you is that you'll do anything to help anybody, and the worst thing about you is you do anything to help it. That's kind of funny and absolutely true. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. She gave a sweet answer. I am going to, don't you dare, Bill. I want to go watch it now. If she said something really nice about me, I definitely want to go watch it. You're a badass for being on there with all those wackadoo people. Thank you so much for what you do. God bless you. Well, thank you for saying that. And it doesn't make me a badass. It makes me insane. Just to clarify. Even Reggie and I were talking about this the other day. It's like, you have to be insane to go down there willingly in the middle of that insanity. I am not. I told you about what oh my God, I'm playing with you guys. Hopefully everybody, wow. There's a whole lot of sensitivity running around right now. Oh my goodness. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. And Mr. Bill, don't delete it. I just told you, if she said something nice, I'm going to go and clip it and put it in my files, and I'm going to write it in my journal. That Veronica Corningstone told a funny joke today. Anybody name what that's from? Well, that's good, Gunny. And I'll tell you what, everybody that goes down there needs to hear what you just said, because It's kind of crazy. It is stressful. No, not Archie. Oh, there it is. Then have Veronica Corningstone talk to Ron Burgundy, and we'll put it on the 5 o'clock news. Yep. Yeah. Oh, honey, you're cheating. Of course you know. Of course my wife knows that. I force her to watch Anchorman all the time. Oh my God, I can't think of his name. Who's the actor that plays Ron Burgundy? Why can't I think of his name? And Step Brothers and freaking this and that and this and that. What is his name? Will Ferrell, thank you. Yes, I force her to watch Will Ferrell movies all the time. When I'm not forcing her to watch live streams of the ICE facility. And then if we're not doing one of those two, I'm watching stupid documentaries that she's really tired of hearing. Am I familiar with Velly Ray? Oh yeah, it's Velly Ray Streets, bro. I was familiar with Velly Ray before he ever showed up at ICE. Dang, does she ever get to watch the TV? Yeah, when I'm at work. I try to give her the remote and she gives it back. Wondering where you went after she asked you to do wondering where you went after she asked you to do a chore. I don't understand that one. But yes, I am familiar with Velly Ray. I like Velly Ray. And Velly Ray's an interesting character study because he's kind of full of himself, very self-congratulatory. But for some reason, I don't mind because I like Velly Ray. It's kind of weird. He has character traits that I don't usually get along well with, but for some reason, he wears them well. He's a very weird character study. And I'm just being honest. I'm not, I give him a what's up and a high five and everything when I see him down there. I love Velly Ray, but he's the kind of person that normally I wouldn't. But I think it's because, excuse me, I really need to go to the store and get something to drink. I think it's because Velly Ray helps homeless people, like legitimately and honestly helps homeless people. And that's a huge thing. I have not had his chicken yet. One of these days I will. One of these days I will. Everybody's picking on me. Holy crap. He honestly and legitimately helps homeless people. And I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say. Well, he helps solve murders that are involved with homeless people. What I do for a living is revolves around the homeless. My wife and I have a history of going out of our way to assist and help homeless people. I've been homeless a couple times in my life. It's a subject that we're very concerned about. So I think our 2.5-year-old. Yes, Jimmy takes the big TV. I think the fact that Velly's concerned about the homeless also gives a common bond that supersedes the character defect. I don't want to say character defects, but the things that would usually turn me off about his character are overshadowed by the good that he does and the kind of person that he really is, if that makes sense. We need the angry Oregonian to have something like the streets or the tree. No, with Sand Tiger, I've been trying to get a parking spot because I need somewhere special to put the motorcycle when I go down there. So I need the angry Oregonian's parking spot. We have to do that. That is all I'm asking for. I don't want a tree. I got plenty of trees at my house. I don't need streets. I need a parking spot to safely park my bike. I remember helping Patriot Prayer help the homeless. Yeah, remember when we had that big thing down in Salem? That was kind of fun. And then they changed everything. Salem got all pissed off about it and changed everything down there at that park right by the bridge. I hope it's a Harley. Yes, I ride a Harley. I have 6 bikes, and only one of them's a Harley, but that's the one I ride. If you watched, it pops up in live streams once in a while because I make noise. Hard to find normal people in Oregon. No, not really. There are a lot of normal people in Oregon. You meet them in your day-to-day life. How am I trying to say this? When you look for the crazies, you can find them very, very easily. If you're not looking for them, you might not run into them as much. Do the Oregonians barely largely support Antifa or oppose them? Okay, so now here's the deal. If you people that haven't been in Oregon, let me explain something to you. The demographics are very different than a lot of other places. Portland is an 80% red state. Area-wise, land-wise, county-wise, Trump won in Oregon. And then you have the caveat. You have what's called the Willamette Valley, and it goes from the northern Portland border on the Columbia River, and arguably it goes down to Salem, or a lot of people consider all the way down to Eugene is the Willamette Valley. It's the I-5 corridor. That's where the major metropolitan areas are in Oregon. You have to do math. Math wins in Oregon. The Willamette Valley is blue. The Willamette Valley outvotes the entire other 80% of the state. So Oregon stays blue. Portland itself either can or nearly can outvote the rest of the state. Once you get out of the Willamette Valley, the rest of Oregon is really rural. There is a giant mountain range through the middle sort of through the middle of Oregon. It's called the Cascades. There are videos made on this. There are 2 Oregons. There's Western Oregon and there is Eastern Oregon. Eastern Oregon, there are points in times you could think you were in Nevada or Arizona. Southern Idaho, it's high desert. Then there's the mountains, and on the other side is the Willamette Valley, which is what most people see when they see Oregon, because they see Portland. It's really green. It rains a lot of agriculture. They're totally different worlds. But to answer your question, other than the metropolitan areas, most of the rest of the state are normal people, what I call normies. If you go to Portland, whole different story. You would think no. You would think you can't find any normal people. Even the normal people in Portland are a little not normal. It takes a special kind of personality to live in Portland. Even if you're conservative, you got to be a little bit off to put up with living in Portland and be surrounded by the people that think different. Salem is psychos. Salem's weird. I've lived in Kaiser before. Salem's weird, but it's a weird demographic of people in Salem. Believe it or not, most of the normal people that live in Salem commute all the way up to Portland. Hell no on deport land. Yeah, well, I came December of 95. I got on a bus and came out here to Portland, and I've been out here ever since. So a little over little over 30 years now, I've been in Portland. And, or I've been in Oregon. And for the last 20 years, almost 20 years, well, since 2007. So maybe not that many. No, that doesn't sound right. Since 2003. Since 2003. That's right. Since 2003, I have slowly been moving farther and farther away from Portland. And not regretted any of that. And I kind of like where I live now. Thanks to my wife. My wife brought me out to this part of town. And so she gets credit for that. Because I didn't know much about this part of the town, about part of the valley. And I like it out here. I really do. Oregon is a very beautiful state. And where we live now is smack in the middle of some of the prettiest part of the state. So, and we're 25 to 30 minutes away from the ocean. We could, if we want to go to Portland, Portland's an hour away, so it's not that far. We're out in the country, so surrounded by good people. So I like where we live now. There are a lot of good parts of Oregon. The people themselves are good people once you get out of the city. You just got to find a way to tolerate and learn to live with the government. And it's that way for the entire West Coast. You were near that awesome museum. Okay, which museum are you talking about? Are you talking about the Air Museum? Bill loves the Air Museum. Because if you're talking about the Air Museum, I'm literally sitting 2 miles from it right now. So he just likes the casino, is driving this. No, actually, my wife likes the casino within driving distance. I'm not a big casino person. Yeah, I'm literally, Jared, I could damn near walk to the museum from where I'm sitting right now. If you look on some of my social medias, you'll see pictures of me and my wife and her family and my bike and all of that. We go to Evergreen quite a bit. Yeah, my wife just pointed out we had the Harvest Museum too, but I've literally never stepped foot in that yet. We need to do that. I like Fort Yamhill. Have you been to Fort Yamhill, Bill? That is actually pretty awesome. I like Fort Yamhill too. When I need to get away, I'll ride up there. I don't know if you've ever been to the top part of Fort Yamhill, but I ride up there a lot to get away. It's really pretty up there when you go up to the top of the hill. I don't do Facebook. I don't blame you. I don't do it very often anymore either. Tell them how you got that ride. That's a long story. I don't want to get into that right now. But yes, it was basically long and short. It was it was set up as a 50th birthday present from my wife. How's that? That's the Reader's Digest version of it. And she likes when I tell people that. Because it was a pretty awesome birthday present. It was a very awesome birthday present. I always think St. Louis, which place that's somewhere else. I have no idea what that means. But yes, it was a big surprise. She surprised me setting it up. Spent a couple months setting it up. And on my birthday, I was trying to get my old bike running. And I think to this day, I think she somehow sabotaged it so it wouldn't start because the timing was just epic. But I couldn't get it started, and I'm all pissed off. And she's yelling at me, leave that bike alone. We're going to go somewhere. We're going to go somewhere. So I yelled at her. I'm like, get your ass back in the house. Stop yelling at me. Because I was upset because my bike wouldn't start. And she's like, stop trying to get that old thing to run. Stop trying to get that old thing to run. Rodney's going to take you somewhere for your birthday. I said, I don't want to go. I want to ride. It's my birthday, and I want to ride my motorcycle somewhere on my birthday. I was acting like a 5-year-old, to be honest. I was pretty upset. And I don't know how she kept a straight face through it all. I really don't. Because I literally had no idea. Literally had no idea. And our friend Rodney come over and pick me up. I'm sitting in the passenger side of his truck, and I'm just bitching for half the ride about how my bike won't start. And I don't know how he kept a straight face. Both of them kept a straight face. And then somebody mentioned going to Timbertown Harley. I think it was still Salem Harley back then. And I'm like, I do not, under no circumstances, do I want to go to the Harley store right now because I didn't get to ride here for my birthday. I was literally mad that we were going to go to the Harley store. I was literally angry. I never would act like a married couple. You act like a married couple with Quincy, so stop it. So I was literally angry that they were taking me to the Harley store. And as soon as I got out of the truck, the salesman came walking across the parking lot and threw me a set of keys. And I'm like, what the hell's this? He goes, it's your keys for your bike. And I was like, shut up. There's no way. I never thought. Because, okay, I forgot a part of the story. I had been looking at this bike since, I think it was Halloween. And my birthday was in February. So we're talking months later. And there was a karaoke place over there by the Harley place that my wife and I had decided to visit a few times. We visited it once, liked it, so we went back there a couple times with some friends. And it's literally across the street from the Harley shop. So when we would go there, I would swing in the Harley shop because they have big glass front windows and look through the window to see if the bike had been sold yet or not. And she kept telling me, don't be upset if it's sold. Somebody's going to love that bike, All the while she's in the background setting things up so that I could have the bike for my birthday. So yeah, that was a pretty neat. It's a pretty neat. That's why I'll never get rid of that bike. That bike is very special for multitudes of reasons. Man, I can make children. No way. I can't imagine. Yeah, once in a while it happens. It happens, especially when we don't understand the entire circumstance. Salem Village and Salem Town. Yeah, that's a different Salem. Oh my goodness. I really need something to drink. I don't have anything in here. And then she disappears. She tells me to tell the story, and I tell the story, and she disappears. It happens more often than once in a while from my experience. See, this is my karma, isn't it, for giving Bill and Quincy shit last night. This is my karma. You guys are all going to give me shit on my stream. I earned it. I'm okay with it. What? Did you see Tommy got sworn by cops? Oh, they weren't there for him. Okay. I just got I didn't despair. I fell down, tripped over the dog. Well, you got to watch for those dogs, babe. They're dangerous. I just saw something that Tommy posted, said he stepped outside and got swarmed by cops. But apparently it was for somebody else. He just happened to be there. So that got my attention for a minute. Sorry. Don't dish it out if you can. Yes, I know. I said I deserve it. I will take my lickings. I don't want to clock out. It's not time to clock out. Okay, my phone's telling me weird crap. Mr. Bill, are you talking smack about women? Yeah, Mr. Bill talks smack about women. I don't. Yell at him. Hopefully you're okay, honey, because you were gone for quite a few minutes. If fell down over the dog. Let me know you're okay. Yeah, the cop video was earlier and it was funny. It just popped up on my phone now, so I was like, and it's, I don't know if your guys' phone does this, but it kind of gives a little blurb of it on your screen and then disappears. And all I saw was Tommy Boy, I walked out to cops. That's all I saw. Oh, here we go, Mr. Laura. Is Bill starting again? Women disappear all the time when needed. Or is it, oh my God, Bill, you just like being in trouble with the girls, don't you? I'm breathing, but not sure I'm quite all right, but I will let you know. Oh, are you serious? Mr. Bill, we're not in junior high. You don't have to get negative attention from the girls that you talk to. You can get positive attention, bro. You can say nice, cool things, and they can be, oh, Mr. Bill's cool. You don't have to pick on them until they punch you. Sure, I know. I wish he was on here so we could see his face turning red. He does this. He opens up the can, and then when the can explodes on him, then he gets all red-faced. But you can't see his face right now. But I guarantee you, I'll figure out how. I've got the Bill. I downloaded the Restream.io app, but I didn't have enough time to go through everything and learn it before I did this live stream. So that's why I just went to YouTube Studio. It's easy. You don't have all the features and everything, but it's easy to run. I spent 5 minutes saying special things about women the other day, and Laura got mad. You got mad at him for saying good things, Laura? That doesn't make any sense. So I'm not getting something right there on that story. Because Laura should be celebrating when you say nice things about women. Because you don't do it that often. I will get you the next time I co-host, Mr. Bill. Oh, shit. Well, you guys need to advertise that because everybody's going to be watching now. Everybody wants to see Laura attack Mr. Bill. I'm not even going to join for that one. I'm just going to sit home and watch. Okay, I have an idea. All right, Laura. Jared has an idea. You guys have literally hijacked my live stream. It's so funny. I'll tell you what, since that's the case, let me go finish the smoky smoke because it's been a while and I have to shine the flashlight around for a minute anyways. I gotta take the flashlight out. So you guys talk amongst yourselves for about 3 to 4 minutes here and I will be right back. I'm looking at 64 viewers. I'd really like to see 64 when I get back in 3 minutes. So guys, please don't go anywhere. We're gonna have fun somehow. Please don't leave. 3 to 4 minutes. I guarantee you I'll be right back. I'm doing this live stream from work, so cut me a little bit of slack, please, and stick with me. And we're gonna have some fun when we get back. He was trying to find things to say about women. Cool, I'll be here. Mr. Bill, you're in trouble. Yeah, Jared, give her some suggestions on how to get Mr. Bill. Here we go. All right, who's still in here? Holy Maggie's. Oh, are you kidding me? It was 64 when I sat down here, and it just went down to 63. Wait till angry hands out mods. I better behave. Yeah, I don't have any mods yet. I still don't know how to do that. Now it's 62. Everybody waited for me to walk back in here and then left. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Everybody's leaving now that I walk back in here. That's craziness. Okay. Well, thank you for waiting. Appreciate that. That's pretty cool. So I think that since you guys are so mean to Mr. Bill, that Mr. BCP needs to come in and settle this. Oh, he's probably crashed. I don't think we'll be seeing much of Quincy tonight. Have you and him versus me and Mrs. Angry. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not getting my wife in here involved in any confrontation. No, because that spills over into domestic stuff, and we're not doing that. No. I will say again, no. No, we're not doing that. I'm smarter than that. Sometimes. We're definitely, yeah. Did I choose? Yeah, I definitely choose life on that one. That's just stupid. Oh, man. So does anybody have anything they want to talk about? Any topic that you want to bring up in the chat that we can discuss before they get me in trouble for something? I thought honesty was the best. It is. And so is silence sometimes. Silence is not dishonesty. It's just being smart at points. Mr. Bill, you're not married, so shush. You don't know how it is, man. You don't know. You don't know, man. You don't know. It's not always that easy. Well, I don't know. Do you like farming, astrophysics, privacy? Happy wife, happy life. History is important, I think. Saw something pretty sick just a few minutes ago. People putting stuff on the internet about our military ships being blown up with AI. Oh, yeah, okay. That's actually a pretty good question, because I was watching that earlier before I came to work, and oh my goodness, it wasn't the Lincoln. It was like a cruiser or something like that, but they were showing an Iranian drone low flying and lobbing bombs into one of our ships. And it just didn't look right at all. It had to have been AI. And why would you do that? The Lexington, thank you, correct. Yes, the Lexington. They were showing that. Was I watching it on your feed? Maybe I was watching it on your feed or no, I think it was BCP's I was watching on. The one crash into the aircraft carrier. I haven't seen the aircraft carrier one yet. So I'm hoping we're all in agreement that it was AI. Why would you do that? What would be the point of that? What could you possibly benefit? Do you want to know the truth about that? Well, sure. If you know something I don't, Robin Hood, then please throw it out there, because I don't know a whole lot. I just know that what I saw was bullshit. To make more people get behind the board. Yeah, that's an obvious one. That's obvious. I'm pretty sure we can all figure that one out. But when it's obviously, as I was telling Quincy earlier, like way earlier in the day, that they were saying that the Lincoln got hit. And I'm like, dude, that would be so all over the news. They would be showing that over and over and over again, even on CNN and MSNBC. It would be everywhere. So you know it's not true. That would be the biggest story of the day. So that right there tells you that it's fake news. But my question is why? If we can easily figure out it's fake news, why would you take the effort and the time to put it out there like it's not? I can understand making a meme. I can understand making a joke. I mean, even though there's nothing funny about that, but I understand people do it for purposes like that, for intentional misinformation. But why would you do it and try to pass it off as real? I don't understand that. I don't understand what somebody has to gain over that. Now, unless they also did AI show all kamikaze drones to show propaganda into fake flags. See, what I've heard is like the Iranians and some of these other, Middle Eastern countries, and even I guess Russia's done it and whatever, that they'll make those to show their own people as propaganda, to make it look like they're doing something more than they are, or the opposite, to make it look like America's doing something it's not, to get them all pissed off at America. I understand that. But the content of that little video doesn't seem to do any of that. And it wasn't just shown in Iran. It's all over the net now. So it's confusing me at the whole purpose of that, unless it was just somebody made it, it slipped out there, and now it's just something stupid running around the internet. So, dude, now is your moment, my guy. Don't be gay, Robin Hood. Don't fuck up your point, dude. What? Okay, I missed something. They're having their own private conversation there. Fortnite play is demanded. Okay. Nicholas Sparchak. I've seen you in other chats. I am the wrong person to talk about Fortnite with. I don't know anything about any of those games. So you will not get any intelligent conversation with me out of online gaming of any sort, because I don't do that. So I am the most ignorant person in the room when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I have never once even turned on Fortnite. I don't know anything about it. So I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer when it comes to that. But yeah, that's so weird that somebody would put out that video. Not a gamer, waste of time. Well, good. That's kind of the way I feel about it too. I would rather be outside or in my shop or something. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. And there are some people that are seriously into that. Your kids play Fortnite. There's adults that play Fortnite, though. And then there's that whole Roblox thing that I keep getting videos on my YouTube algorithm from it. I don't know if I left my YouTube open on somebody else's TV. I stayed with my brother and his wife and their kids for a little while. And I think I borrowed one of the kids' TVs in their bedroom while I was staying there. And I think I may have left my YouTube open, and every once in a while, I think the kids turn on Roblox or something like that, videos, and they come out on my algorithm, and it drives me nuts. But I thought, and somebody can confirm or deny this, but I thought I remember reading somewhere that Roblox was part of child grooming or something. I don't know. I remember hearing something really bad about that. And I'd be interested to know, because we've got an almost 3-year-old grandson now that will be looking at that stuff soon. If you're playing Fortnite or for fun or money, there's money in Fortnite. That's one thing, but Roblox is just asking for bad behavior. So I have no idea what Roblox is. I keep hearing that in the e-files. Yeah, somebody explain that to me. No sane adult plays Roblox with children. It's an actual game. Let me ask this: where are you from? Yeah, they're having their own. Do you play Roblox? Is it all online? Do they actually make toys? Like I said, I've got a 2.5-year-old grandson that's going to start asking for this kind of stuff. I'd like to be armed with a little bit of information on why I'm going to tell him he can or can't have this stuff. And how the hell do you make money from playing Fortnite? Other than, I don't understand this whole trend of people paying money to watch other people play video games. That's a thing, I guess. I think that's like everything I've ever heard about Twitch and everything I've seen is people going on Twitch to watch other people play video games. That makes no sense to me. I don't get it. Like, I love to play Monopoly. I'm not going to go pay to join a channel to watch people play Monopoly. I understand from what I heard, Roblox is super bad. Yeah, see, I've heard some things, like I said, maybe child grooming or something. Roblox is a video game and an app on a phone. No, actually, I'm not new. I'm really old, and that's the problem. People make money based on ads and so forth by engaging with an audience for that sort of thing. Yeah, from people watching them play or from other people actually playing. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, can you make money in the game or you just make money by people watching you play the game? And like, how good do you have to be for people to watch you play the game? Or does that even matter? It just, the whole thing just kind of confuses me. I mean, honestly, I watch people ride motorcycles on TV. I watch people drag race cars on TV. I watch people do off-road stuff and hill climbing and rock bouncing on TV, but I wouldn't pay for it. So it's ad generated just like YouTube videos. It's about the audience. You can sing like shit, but who cares if 15,000 people show up? That's actually a good point. I was born in '84 and have a 20. Oh, that's Laura. Gamblers are addicts and they bet on it. Wait, gamblers? There's gamblers in Roblox and Fortnite and stuff? What the hell would you gamble on? See, I don't know anything about this. I've never played them. I've never seen them played. I don't know anything about them. Because there's a gap. My youngest child, 96, 97, 98, was born in 98. So 26, 20. My youngest child's 28 years old. So I missed a space there in having kids. So there's a bunch of this stuff that I don't know. Yeah, Nicholas Barchak, explain this. Explain the gambling thing, please, because now you really got me curious. Because if they're gambling on these games, are they gambling on the games when the kids are playing them? Or are they adults out there playing the game to get bet on? Because if they're gambling on kids playing the game, that seems pretty not okay. Fortnite is known as a sport, as an esport. There are professional players and teams. What? You don't say. Wow. Who'd have thunk it? You are blowing my mind. I didn't know that it was this involved. I really didn't. I really didn't. I don't know anything about it. Gamblers will turn everything into a game. They really don't care about kids, that's for sure. Yeah, that's you are kind of blowing my mind. And if they're doing that, if they're gambling on kids playing an online game, They make money on drama? How is there drama? It's a game. I'm going to play games next time I have you guys as co-hosts and just let you guys talk. Well, are you going to play Fortnite, Bill? Because I'll watch that to find out what Fortnite is. Because see, here's the deal, and I hope this isn't too much information. I'm trying not to, but I have a 28-year-old stepson, and he's a gaming addict. He plays games like if his eyes are open, he's playing a game, and all his friends are roughly the same age, and they're all the same way. And these guys will literally play for days on end. And they're yelling and cursing at each other and calling each other names and being nasty and all this. And it makes no sense to me. I really don't understand it. I think it's silly and stupid because I don't get it. But apparently there's a lot more. There's a lot more involved than I could imagine because it doesn't make sense to me. So I'm not going to do it. Oh, I can relate this to you. Imagine a soap opera, but it's interactive. On Fortnite? So I thought it was like a role-playing game. What do they call that? Like a third-person shooter game or whatever, like COD or whatnot. That's what I always imagine Fortnite as. Or what is the game where they build stuff? Isn't that Fortnite too? Because I've seen... like on TV shows, the ladies will say, my son is building a kingdom in Fortnite or something. So I always thought you built stuff in Fortnite. Fortnite is a run and gun. Okay, a run and gun. What is that? Is that like a shooting game? Oh, Minecraft. Maybe I'm getting it confused with Minecraft. Okay. That makes more sense. I'm getting two mixed up. I'm getting Minecraft and Fortnite mixed up, I think. Well, yeah, somebody mentioned Fortnite, and it is now amazing me the things that I'm learning about this game. Minecraft is a little more resistant to child abuse situations. Okay, so Minecraft is the one that my almost 3-year-old grandson is probably going to ask for soon, right? That's the more child-oriented one, and that's okay. That's not like Fortnite. It's a different thing. No, I just don't want to. I don't want to be buying stuff or recommending stuff or handing stuff over to my 3-year-old grandson. That's not okay. Because I kind of think his parents aren't going to care so much because they're from a different generation. I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm saying they're probably not going to look at it the same way that I am. So I want to make sure that I know as much as I can about what he's going to be dealing with. I mean, I know this is a weird conversation. You're right. This is a weird conversation to have on this live stream. But somebody brought it up, and now I'm curious. So as long as people are willing to talk about it, I will talk about it with them. Fortnite is a third-person, fast-paced battle royale shooter known for its vibrant cartoonish art style construction mechanisms and many modes building structures. As a kid, I was learning how to install Linux and Age of Empires. So you can build stuff. So, but Fortnite is older kids then, right? Old school, Mr. Orwellian. Old school will always rule. Hell, like I said, the last time I had a video game, I had an original. I think I had an Xbox 360 that I played racing car games and Grand Theft Auto on. That's the extent of my gaming expertise. For defense and mobility, somebody is like, Sam Tiger, you're copy and pasting. That's not helping. I could look it up and read it too, buddy. I appreciate it. Just get him Lincoln Logs. See, I grew up on Lincoln Logs. Lincoln Logs and Matchbox cars and erector sets. But what the game is. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Sam Tiger. I'm not mentioning you're posting it. It's just like, yeah. I appreciate the the rundown. And actually, you're right. If you can't articulate it with your own words, then why not use the words that somebody else? Yeah, if somebody else has already put it down, then copying and pasting is not a bad thing. I died playing Oregon Trail. See, I never played Oregon Trail. Yeah, I had Lincoln Logs too. Yeah, I loved Lincoln Logs. When I was a young kid, I mentioned this earlier that we lived with my grandparents for like a year, a little over, maybe a year and a half or whatever. And they had a den, or what they would call a family room back then. And this was old school. This was in the late 70s, early 80s. So they had this weird square pattern on the carpet that was in the family room, because it was more traffic and wear resistant and stain resistant carpeting. It was the indoor outdoor carpeting, and it had this weird square pattern to it that was perfect for building little towns with the erector set and the Lincoln Logs and the Hot Wheels accessories and all of that. My brothers and I would go in there for hours and hours and hours and build cities and use the big pattern, the big part of the square pattern as streets, and use the little part as blocks, and make cities in my grandparents' dining room with Lincoln Logs and erector sets. And sometimes, you use crayons for fences, whatever. And we had hours. How did you not play? I never knew about Oregon Trail until I moved to Oregon Trail. I don't know if it's a move to Oregon. I don't know if it's a West Coast thing or not. I never heard of Oregon Trail until I moved out here. Pin the tail on Antifa. I took the COVID jab and won the whole Oregon Trail game. Why does that not surprise me? Somehow I can believe that. I know you're joking, but God, it was easier than type with Nerd David. Yeah, exactly. I didn't grow up on the West Coast, so. But then again, I lived in California for like 2 years and didn't hear of it there either. I think only Oregon is like obsessed with the Oregon Trail game. Yeah, we had those too. They had the ones with the cars and the trucks, and they had the little tiny square-bodied people with the round heads that you could put and trade them from toy to toy. I don't remember what those were called, but we had those too. It was a 2D video game. Yeah, it was like one of the original video games, apparently. But I never played that shit when I was a kid. Never even heard of it. But then again, I know all the guys from out here don't know anything about singing Erie Canal songs when you're a kid in school either. There's lots of stuff we did on the East Coast that or in the East that West Coasters never heard about. Atari Pong, yeah, that was the original. That was the original. Oh, my wife is back. Hi. I didn't know who wrote that for a minute. My very first video game, I think I was a sophomore in high school. And one of my buddies, we were kind of poor, so we didn't have the money to go buy a game console like everybody else did. But one of my buddies was upgrading because maybe it was a Nintendo that had just come out or something. But he was giving away his Atari, or not giving away. We bought the Atari in a brown paper bag full of whatever. I don't remember. Did Atari have game cassettes like the Nintendo did? I'm not sure what Atari had for the games. But we bought the Atari 2600, was it? Atari 2600, whatever. The original Atari game and a couple joysticks and the guns, because we got Duck Hunter and a whole paper bag that had the game and full of individual games for $5, which was a bunch back then. I mean, it was like paying $50 for it now. But that was my very first video game. Old man teaching me to fish and canoe. Way better than video games, Robin Hood. I would always drag my mom to go to Value Village and get a new Pong game. I kept bragging. Sorry, it was well before my time, but I do like Duck Hunt. Yeah, I remember Pong, and then it advanced to Duck Hunt. But I think the good games came out when the first Nintendo came out, and then they had the oh my God, what is the princess Mario Brothers? They had the Mario Brothers games and all of that, and Nintendo was like leap years, leaps and bounds above the Atari. They skipped like 10 generations of games when they went from Atari to Nintendo. Zelda, yeah, I remember Zelda. And Frogger. And what was the squares? Cubert. I played Cubert. See, all the arcade games came out. There is a retro game interest in the 20-26-year-old student. Really? That'd be interesting. But see, everything comes back around, Robin Hood. Everything comes back around. That's why they keep making retro-based cars. They keep bringing retro-based cars out. You'll watch clothing cycles. I see 19-year-old kids wearing stuff that I wore when I was in high school. You know, everything comes back around eventually because there's only so much you can create and before you have to start recreating. Centipede and Galactica. See, I wasn't a huge Centipede, but I loved Galactica. Or no, not Galactica. Galaga. Galaga was the one that I liked. I still love Galaga, and you know that. I put it on my phone. You know, I put it on my phone, and I played that straight for like 3 days. Couldn't quit playing it. I loved Galaga. It was a poem with the red box and the 2 dials and a toggle switch game. Yeah, I probably played that one too. I was stunned when the entire group of rather young adults said that they were shamed for liking Pokemon. Huh. All-time favorite Tetris. Yeah, I still play Tetris, you know that. Or Tetris-based games. I play that all the time. Shame for liking Pokemon. Take no shit from people here. Take no shit from people for your interest. Yeah, exactly. You like what you like, man. And if it's not hurting anybody else, then they can all just take a flying leap. That's the way I see it. You know, you can make fun of somebody a little bit, give them a little bit of crap for liking some weird shit. But if it's not hurting anybody, you like what you like. And if it makes you happy, then rock on. That's the way I see it. Honestly, they said it was a shameful thing to play Pokemon in high school. Dude, Pokemon was huge, though. Pokemon was, that just took over everything. It was like one of the biggest things of that generation, of that area. Have fun with what you like. Yes, if you're having fun, then and it's not hurting anybody else. That's my only caveat. As long as you're not hurting anybody else, I don't care what you like. I'm sure at one moment this whole conversation is going to come full circle. Yeah, probably somehow or another it's going to come back to the beginning of the conversation. I'm sure. I don't know how we got. Again, we're just blabbing. We're just randomly talking. I don't know how we got to this conversation. If I play card, because we were talking about the Roblox thing. Yeah, somehow or another, I started talking about the kids putting Roblox on my YouTube algorithm. They're still playing Pokemon Go. Oh, that's Pokemon Go is what I'm talking about. I never understood the whole Pokemon card thing, but the Pokemon Go thing, I understood, and I was supportive of it because it was getting people out of the house, and sometimes it was making people meet other people, and probably people that didn't before that were encouraged to go outside and do things with other people when Pokemon Go became popular. Garbage Pail Kids, I remember those. That's way back from my high school days. Yeah, it is. It's important to touch grass. It's important to touch grass. It really is. That's that. I could not. I just discovered that catchphrase a while ago, and I could not have agreed 100% more. I saw somebody say that to somebody online, and I'm like, yeah, that touch grass, dude. And I know plenty of people that don't touch grass. And they probably should. Because that's my thing. That's why I've never really got into video games or these card games or any of that stuff, because I like to be outside. I like to, if nothing else, you ask my wife, I'm weird. If I don't have anything else to do, I'll go outside and cut my grass. Yeah, I love to be outside. That's why I ride my motorcycle. It puts me out in nature and get to go places at the same time. I love being outside. And sometimes it's challenging in Oregon, but there are times when there's absolutely no way I can be in the house. Hey, come mow my grass. Where you at, Wolfie? You might be a little far for me to come mow your grass, buddy. Need to be captured by an audience, riding or pushing more. Both. I like heat floors. Yeah, Bill, I do both. I love doing yard work. I'm weird like that. We just moved from a place that had 6 acres of riverfront property, and I would literally spend my days off doing nothing but landscaping and property tending. Your bike got drunk? That sucks. About 4.5 hours. Oh, you're Oregonian too, or are you Northern California? 4.5 hours should put you down by the Medford area. Maybe Grants Pass. Yard work is therapeutic. I did an ASMR video where I just took the GoPro and hooked it to the hood of my riding lawnmower and did about 45-minute ASMR video, and people actually watched that shit, bro. So south of Grant Pass, yeah. Central Point. Oh, so we do have some Oregonians in here. Nice. I forget, isn't Central Point on the coast? I forget. Forgive me for that. I know where Central Point is, but I'm having a brain fart right now. Central Point is on the coast, if I remember correctly, right? If it's not, then correct me. Nope. What? Table Rocks. What? Is it Central Point, Idaho? I don't know. I'm trying to think of where Central Point is. You're not helping right now. You're making me feel really dumb, because I should know. Between Medford and GP. Yeah. Come dox me and my goats will get you. How do you know? I might get there and befriend your goats and take them with me, because my wife and I like goats. I don't know Cali. Good luck. I like goats. Goats are fun. Goats are weird dogs. Well, if from Oregon, you know. Yeah, we had goats for a minute. I actually had a baby goat. His name was LJ, and he was cool. And then the actual owners, we were tending a farm, and then the actual owner decided to sell all the goats. So I helped hand raise a baby goat, and then it got taken from me, and that hurt my feelings. So we don't want to talk about that no more. Anyhow, so what's the general consensus? Should I not let my almost 3-year-old grandson play Roblox? Is the consensus that that I shouldn't do that? Goats are extremely entertaining. California is great. I have a marine farm there by San Diego, but I'm just out to another train. What's the consensus? We say no on Roblox. Thelma and Louise, that's awesome. That's great. I would have to remember that. Maybe if I ever get 2 female goats again, I might name them the same. That's pretty awesome. Because goats like to jump off shit. So the reference is pretty spot on. He is almost 3, but he's super, super smart. And his parents are really, really into gaming. So it makes sense that he is going to very soon start wanting gaming of his own. It's a money drain for Will. I don't want a money drain, that's for damn sure. His parents are super into gaming. They see him there. He sees them gaming all the time. And he's super, super smart. So there's a very good chance he's going to start asking soon. And I need to know what's okay and what's not okay. Well, yeah, I know it's up to me, but I'm asking what people's opinions are because I don't know that much about it. Maybe mini craft of the net. Did you misspell Minecraft or is there a mini craft? Sunflower farms, green herpes, baby goats in pajamas. They're hilarious. Baby goats in pajamas. I kind of want to see that. How does a 3-year-old? How long's it been since you raised a 3-year-old, dude? And smart ones. This 3-year-old is crazy smart. This 3-year-old would blow your mind. He's already riding a toy motorcycle. He knows how to operate the TV remote. And he's not even 3 yet. If it has a chat, I say no. Oh, that's a good piece of information. If it has a chat, I say no. Agree with the chat part. Get him a 10-year-old Game Boy and play Tetris and Pac-Man. Well, I think the first thing he's probably going to get is what do they call them? The PSPs? Is that what a Game Boy is? The little portable ones that you could like have them take in the car with them and stuff like that? Is a Game Boy the same thing as that? Like a Nintendo Switch, I think is what they're called. DS. Because see, obviously the fact that you guys see me here, I'm at work right now. So my coworkers are younger than I, most of them. And they all bring those little game things to work with them. And I think one of them is a Switch. A DS sounds familiar. Like I said, there's a gap. Our youngins aren't young anymore. And it's been a while since they were young. So there's like a gap there in knowing what the little kid stuff is right now. I'm sure some of you understand what I'm saying. There's got to be people in here same age as me in the same situation. My friend, a kid can only play games on the PS5 without internet for them. See, that's kind of what I want to. I want something that's not connected to the internet for a while. And I'm going to be one of those paranoid people that is going to be monitoring everything he does on the internet. Because it's dangerous nowadays. It's dangerous. Just get him a pink bunny suit. He's going to end up protesting ICE. I can't do that. Because, yeah, no. Yeah, pink bunny suit. Like I said, he's going to go protest ICE. We're not having that. I am not raising a little liberal. Give him the toys you like playing with. The Lincoln Logs, projector set, art and stuff, things that require imagination. See, I'm all for that, Nicholas Barchak. I 100% agree with you on that. I really, and if it was up to me, he wouldn't get anything with batteries or cords for a long while. If it's up to me, he would do all of that. And crayons, and I'll buy him an easel when he gets like 5 or 6, and paintbrushes, and all of the stuff. He already, you know what I got him for Christmas this year? I got him play tools because he's constantly stealing my tools, and he really likes my power tools, my cordless drill and all of that stuff. That's why, because you already got him cordless tools. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm admitting that right now. That's a battery thing, but that's different. That's not battery operated toys. That's battery operated tools. And I got him his own little electric motorcycle that you got to plug in. But he always wants to be out in the garage with me when I'm working on the bikes. So I bought him stuff so that when he wants to come out there now, like probably by the summertime, and he'll be 3 by then, he can come out and work on his bike with his power tools right next to Papa working on the bike with his power tools. So yeah, Trump says parents love them. Yeah, exactly. We discussed that earlier in this thing. My dad literally threw mine in the garbage. But that's going to be awesome. That's going to be awesome when he can come and work on his bike right next to me working on my bike. And yeah, he's only 2. He's 2.5. But he already knows. He knows how to, he knows how to do all kinds of stuff. He knows how to do super amounts of stuff. He's incredibly, incredibly smart. He's been like organizing and putting things where they belong in the house since he was 1.5 years old. As soon as he could walk, he was literally picking up stuff in the house because it was in the wrong place. I have a feeling he's going to have OCD too. Well, which is okay because I'm a neat freak. But yeah, you can already tell. That's his grandma, my wife is on here. She'll tell you. He's smart as a whip. He's like impressively smart. Everybody thinks their kids are smart, and I get that. But this kid is showing signs of being incredibly intelligent and mechanically apt also. His mechanical aptitude is off the charts already. So this is why I'm trying to get him involved with me doing stuff in the shop. Because if he's really smart, because honestly, and I'm not saying this is a dig, but his dad is the one that's super, super into gaming. And I don't want him to be only into gaming. It is what it is, and that's his dad, and he's going to influence him. He's going to want to be like his dad. I get that. I'm not going to tell the kid he can't have games, obviously, because he's got to have something to do with his dad. And that's great, and that's between him and his dad. But when he spends time with me, he's going to be creative, and he's going to build things, and he's going to come up with ideas, and he's going to learn how to fix things. Don't punish the child for exploring, even though it's wrong. Shape them. Exploring is not wrong. He will learn reading soon. That is another wide world for a kid. Yeah, true. When do we see the ink blots? Have you considered getting on a track for Eagle Scouts? Well, he's still way young for that, man. He's got to do Cub Scouts, then Boy Scouts. So we got a long. Do they still have Cub Scouts? I was in the Cub Scouts when I was a kid. I'm not allowed to leave my coffee cup sitting on the table because he will take it and put it in the kitchen counter until almost no matter. Yep, he does. If you leave anything sitting anywhere, here's an idea of getting into Cub Scouts. Yeah, if they still have Cub Scouts, we'll think about it. The problem is I'm extremely paranoid because of all the stories that have come out about scout leaders over the years. So how many of you guys in here know who JD DeLay is? I'll tell you a funny story about him a couple days ago. How many of you guys, yes, I'm hoping to get him into sports too. How many of you guys know who JD DeLay is? I'll wait a second and see him. Put a 1 in the chat if you know. Put a JD in the chat if you know who JD DeLay is. Tiger Cubs are for the little guys. Is that like before Cub Scouts? Tiger Cubs? I hadn't heard of that. I'll have to look into that. Oh, I would if he goes into something like that, and I'll explain that in a minute when you guys. It looks like a few of you know who JD is. Okay, good. Okay, so you guys know that JD's like an ex-con, and he's covered in tats, got this big beard, wears weird glasses, got the nasty raspy voice, and all of that, right? Well, he was doing a 4-screen panel with Jesse on Fire and his buddy Valhalla and Country, the country guy, Heavy Duty Country. So there was Jesse, Valhalla, Heavy Duty Country, and JD. Okay, I hope you're being facetious there, Jared. JD is a tat. I don't think there's any part of him left that's not tatted. So he's doing this 4-way panel, and they're having a serious discussion talking about testosterone-laden things like the four of them do. And all of a sudden, he's like, oh, guys, I got to go. Everybody's like, yo, what's up? And he says, my daughter is starting a new, oh, God, was it a church group? He said, my daughter is starting some kind of new social group. And he says, whenever she joins a new group, I have to take her there the first day so that everybody involved can see who they're going to fuck with if they fuck with my daughter. That was the most awesome thing I've heard in a long time. Duty country strikes me as a person who doesn't need to be online at all. Stand by. You don't like heavy duty country? I like heavy duty country. But yeah, let me say that again for people in the back that didn't hear. He said, I go to every first meeting that my daughter goes to so they can see me and see who they have to fuck with if they fuck with my daughter. That's the kind of dad, kind of grandpa, sorry, slip there. That's the kind of grandpa I'm going to be. Everywhere my grandchild goes, everybody's going to see who's behind that kid and what's going to be coming at you at 90 miles an hour if you mess with that kid. And so things like the Catholic Church, Boy Scouts, all of that kind of makes me nervous. Your dad was not easy to sneak past. Am I Catholic? Hell no. I am as anti-Catholicism as you can get, brother. I grew up in an Italian middle-class suburb area, not in the suburb, but close to it. And all my friends were in that suburb and stuff like that. So I grew up around a bunch of Catholics. A couple of my kids, contrary to my liking, went to Catholic school. Most of the kids I grew up around, Polish and Italian kids, went to Catholic church or Catholic school. I'm from the Great Lakes. I'm from Ohio. There's a lot of Catholicism running around there, and I'm about as anti-Catholicism as you can get. That's just my opinion. I don't want to get in an argument with anybody about it, because if Catholicism makes you a good Christian, then I'm okay for you with it. But Jared, are you serious? Are you absolutely, you need to take a better look if you're being serious and you have not seen tats on JD Delay. JD Delay is literally a giant tattoo, brother. He had his legs up like this on one of the videos, and even his legs are completely covered in tattoos. Yeah, JD Delay. And I'm pretty sure Valhalla's getting the same way, and I'm pretty sure that's how him and Valhalla probably became friends. They probably met in a damn tattoo parlor. Yeah, that's kind of funny. I'm not making fun of you for anything, but I really, that blows my mind that you didn't know he had tattoos, because he is literally covered in tattoos, and he wears tank tops all the time so you can see it. He's got them on his neck. How do you not see his neck tats? True Catholics are not strange. Again, that's weird. I don't like Catholicism. So I'm not saying anything about Catholic people, because like I said, a lot of my friends, people I grew up with, were Catholics, and I'm not saying they were bad people or anything. I just don't like Catholicism. I don't like the religion of Catholicism. So, but that's my gig. That's up to me. And, if there are people out there that are good people because of Catholicism, then good on them. You should probably keep doing that. But that's just my deal. Uh-oh. You guys will have to give me a second here, talk amongst each other, because it sounds like my generator's coughing and sputtering out there, and all my shit's going to turn black if I let that go. So I will be right back. Like I said, keep in mind, I'm at work, so bear with me a little bit. And like I said, I'm under generated power, so if that dies, I'm screwed. So I will be right back in a moment. So I was right. It was really low. So pardon me, but that was necessary. Otherwise, we'd have had some really surprising stuff going on. Cats matter. I fully understand. Well, Jared, I don't think tats really matter that much. It's just a very visible feature of him, so it's just kind of surprising that you didn't know is all. It's really not a big deal, but it is a part of him. And a lot of times in PTA circles, people with a lot of tats are intimidating to a lot of non-alpha suburban type male parental figures. That's good good way to put it. So yeah, it's not really a big deal. It's just an obvious part about him that everybody notices. Bowling's fun as heck with friends. I'd like to go bowling. I haven't been bowling in a long time. Yeah, in MDG Gaming, he does game stuff too. Yeah, some people use tattoos to represent themselves as something they're not. All my tattoos, I have one tattoo, so I'm an asshole. Well, then you can get a tattoo of an asshole, Jared. That was a joke. Oh, I keep hearing a car, but I don't see one. So note to self. I'm going to say this out loud only because if I say it out loud, I'll remember it. But for times like this, I need to have, now that I know I can share streams, I'm going to have another stream, another another screen in the waiting so that I can give you guys some entertainment while I have to step out for a couple minutes. I'm making a mental note of that. I'm not going to do it now because, like I said, my internet's kind of sketchy. I just truly can't believe it's still doing as good as it is. So I just can't do it with what the Air Force wants of me. Oh, I bet. I thought it was okay to do that now, though. I thought they were laxing up on the tat thing in the armed forces. I could be wrong. I have no tattoos, never into that. Or is this your first live stream? It is my first live stream like this. Yes, it is. It's the first time I've done a talking head video this long. I think I did it once a while back ago, but I actually had some things I wanted to talk about, and it was only for like an hour and a half or something. Where does it tell me how long we've been at? Oh my God, it's almost been 4 hours. Holy shit. Thank you guys for still being with me. That's crazy. You can have sleeves and so on, but not as CRO. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Because people, if you have sleeves, people can see that when you're like in summer dress and stuff like that, right? So that doesn't make sense. Like some companies will tell you can have tattoos like from the shirt sleeve cuff, whatever you call it, and up. That seems backwards. I love live streams. You're doing great, keeping up with the chat. Well, thank you. I'm trying. I want to interact with you guys. I'm trying to give you guys the same respect and courtesy that I appreciate when I'm in chat. I'm in a lot of chats a lot of time. So what I'm trying to do is interact with you guys the way I like to be interacted with when I'm on chat. Now, the thing is if I'm doing news stories and I figure out how to do the split screen and stuff like that, like Bill does, like Quincy's learning to do, it's a little harder to keep up with chat and do that stuff at the same time. So right now, when there's nothing else going on my screen, it's really easy to keep up with chat. But when you start doing multiple things at once, and once you get more and more chatters, more and more people in the chat, and it starts going just vroom, 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 and you can't keep up. These people that have 10,000 viewers, and they're all chatting. Like, do any of you guys watch Storm Chaser channels? Are any of you guys weather chasers like I am? I like watching Reed Timmer and Connor Croft and Vince Gailty. There's a bunch of them. Any of you guys watch the Storm Chasers? Max Velocity is one of the sit-at-home ones. Any of you guys into that? Okay, well, anyways, my point is these guys get like 10,000 plus people in their chat. And I'm watching it on a 65-inch TV, and I can't keep up with the chat. And all of these people, and then you see them, but why are you not paying attention to me? I sent you that, I said this, I said this, I said that. Why is he not paying attention? Why doesn't he answer me? I asked a question, yada, yada, yada. And their chat is literally going a mile a second. And people have to understand. Feel better in the morning. And hopefully I'm not saying this out loud. Trying to text my wife. Apparently she hurt herself when she fell over the dog. I might watch that. Portland Andy get that. Yeah, Portland Andy gets it sometimes too, because he may not have 10,000 people in his chat, but his chat is really active. So yeah, you guys have seen it happen. It just when you've only got, I'm showing 49 people. The most I've seen in here was around 70, and not all of those people are chatting. Those are just active viewers. I don't think I've had more than maybe a dozen people talking at one time in here, and you can keep up with it. Portland Andy is a bit of a sus guy. Oh, Robin Hood, don't do that. I know Portland Andy personally. I've known him for years. And he's weird, but not sus. Does that make sense? He's eccentric. He's a person. He marches to his own drummer, but he's not sus, dude. I've known him for years. He kind of started covering the Patriot movement way back in the early Trump days. And to be honest, we kind of thought he was sus too at the first, because he's different, because he's weird. He comes across, not weird in a bad way, just weird as in different. And he comes across a little bit like that at first. So I'm admitting that I kind of thought so at first too. Until you actually meet him and get to talk to him, and he's a super, super good dude. But he's also, he's also very individual. I can't think of anybody else that I could compare, that I could equate with Portland Andy. His chat is crazy. He makes so much money on this, so he's been doing that. He was a DJ. He was not like a huge club DJ, I don't think. I think he was a club DJ, but not, I think he was a DJ as in making his own stuff. Total comfortable with himself and super nice. Exactly. And he is comfortable with himself. He is who he is, and he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit what you think about him. He doesn't give a shit how you criticize him, whatever. He is who he is, and he's happy with it. And he's just going to be that. And if you actually meet him in person, he is one of the most super nice people you'll ever fucking meet. As long as you're cool with him, he will go out of his way to make sure, to make new friends, He plays cool music. He is totally comfortable with himself. And he's been doing it for a long time. And like I said, I've known him for probably about 10 years, maybe a little less, because he used to come down and live stream. And back in the day when we first started doing the Patriot events, we didn't have a whole lot of live streamers. It wasn't big like it is now. It was kind of a niche thing to be a live streamer. And some of them didn't even live stream. Most of them were just recording and edited and put out videos later. And it wasn't big like it is now. And Andy was one of the ones. And he didn't pick sides. He basically stayed as non-biased as possible. And that's why I started respecting him at first, is because he didn't have an agenda and he wasn't pointed or slanted with his coverage. He just wanted to cover what was going on. And that's what he did. And I always have respect for people like that, because we all have, no, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. I get it. Like I said, I totally get it. I'm just kind of giving a little bit of history, because he's gone through an evolution, I think. I've only been in Oregon since 2017. It was probably around 2017 is what I'm talking about, Momo. That's when the Patriot movement in Oregon really kicked off. And that's about when he started coming around. And he's evolved to the point where he was totally non-biased, and then he just kept getting disappointed and disaffected. Is that the word? I don't know, but he kept getting more and more turned off by the left. He wasn't trying to be a conservative. He wasn't trying to jump on the Trump train. He wasn't trying to do any of that. But the other side of the street, literally in our case in Portland, the other side of the street turned him to our side. Like I said, he was one of the most unbiased people I knew out there. And I watched a lot of people do this. In the old days, there was a group of cop watchers that used to run around, and all of them would hang around on the Antifa side because that's where they would get their action. Portland Andy is mild, but leaning more right. Yeah, that's his evolution. He's been leaning more and more our direction because of what the left did to him, but still mostly middle. Yeah. I don't think his views have changed. I think who he likes to hang out with has changed. I don't think he's never going to be hardcore right wing. And he gets along with everybody. He really does. He doesn't care whether you're left or right. If you're cool with him, he's cool with you. But the left did not make him feel welcome at all, because you can't. The left will not let you do that. The left makes you, forces you to choose their side. And the right didn't do that to him. The right was like, bro, if you're cool and you're a man, being a man, whatever, come hang out with us, dude, bro. Let's be all right. And of course, he's going to gravitate towards that. And I saw a lot of cop watchers because cop watchers started hanging out in the Antifa movement because the cops would mess with Antifa, and the cop watchers wanted to get content against cops for their channels. So they started out hanging out with Antifa, and then Antifa forced them. They're like, either you're going to support our cause or we don't want you anywhere near us. And they're like, we're not here for a cause. Our cause is to hold police accountable. Well, ACAB, well, fuck 12. If you don't say that, we don't need you around here. That's how the left is. Either you're 100% with them or you're 100% against them. So all the cop watchers started hanging out on the conservative side because we were like, as long as you don't disrespect people and act like a butthole, you can chill with us. Whether you completely agree with us or not, don't come over here and start arguing with everybody and being a D-bag about it. But you're entitled to your opinion, and as long as you're cool and respectful, then chill with us. So all the cop watchers came over to our side of the street. Yeah, but you got to catch him early in the night because he will get faded. He will get faded. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. I don't do this stuff myself. But if you want to have an intelligent conversation with Andy, you got to catch him early in the street because he gets away from the intelligent stuff as the night goes on. He has more fun than serious stuff. Could be a respectful conservative and see the issues being caused. Well, yeah, the thing is what the liberals don't understand, the activists, the hard lefties, is that we probably agree on a lot of stuff, but they won't take the time to figure that out. There are literally maybe a third of the things that the lefties are fighting that I will fight with them for. I'm a libertarian. I don't agree with government all the time. I don't agree with the system all the time. There are issues that they bring up. I'm like, hell yeah, I agree with you. But the way you're going about it, I can't stand beside you. And that's sad. But we've literally told them, as long as you're not a D-bag, you can come stand with us. There have been liberals that have decided to act right for a while and came and hung out with us. And they faced no danger. And we will please our own. If we tell you you're a guest in our space, if one of us comes and messes with you, they will be reprimanded. Guaranteed. If we call you in as a guest and we say you're okay, let's say Travis Juror, for instance. That's way too extreme. We won't go there. Not him or Mike or Pam. But, okay, here's a good example. Those of you who watch the live streams, do you know who Sandy is? It's the dog face boy with the dog mask that rides the e-bike all the time. You guys know who Sandy is? Put an S in the chat if you know who Sandy, the dog face boy girl is. So Sandy here is a regular on the protesting side. Sandy has some issues. Sandy gets to be really dramatic. Sandy gets to overplay his hand sometimes. Gets very, very, very overt and emotional. But if you talk to Sandy by himself or with one or two of you and it's a calm conversation, he or she, however you want to put it, is not that bad. And he or she, or whatever it is, has days where this person comes down in a chill mood and has conversations with Tommy, has conversations with other patriots, and everything's cool. There have actually been times when he's complained about patriots to other patriots, And those patriots that he complained to will go talk to the rest of us about it and be like, hey, can we just chill a little bit? He's having a rough time with this, but he's cool about it. We police ourselves. And if one of us comes up and says, Sandy's being cool tonight, don't mess with him. We'll leave Sandy alone. Because that's how it works. And if one of us vouches for somebody, we're going to give that person a bit of the doubt. Now, there are extremes. Like I said, there's, there's Spider Mike, there's Pam, there's May's Face, there's, the extreme characters that are violent that don't get that leeway. But if you're not violent and you choose to be a decent person and you want to have respectful dialogue, we're all for that. And we will do it in the middle of all your friends and all the chaos and everything like that. We'll stand there. I've seen people do it. We'll stand there and just ignore everything else and have a good conversation with you. Because we're not going to make you be extreme or extremely on our side to hang with us. We just want you to be cool. Because myself personally, you can't have the right without the left. You can't have conservative without liberal. You can't have Democrat without Republican. There has to be both sides of that story. So I'm all for everybody having their own opinion. Get a clue, there is no middle ground. Well, I didn't say there was middle ground. I didn't say there was middle ground. I said you got to have one side to have the other. I don't believe in fence riding either. I believe you got to choose one side or another. I agree with you on there. There is no middle ground. Not anymore. There used to be, but not anymore. Nowadays, you have to pick a side. But just because you pick a side doesn't mean you have to be an asshole to the other side. If they're not being an asshole, you don't have to be an asshole to them. And I think as conservatives, it falls on us to set the better example. Now, we can react. I don't have anything against people reacting to them being assholes. But I'm not going to be an asshole first. I'm not going to be an asshole to somebody who's not being an asshole. Because that just makes me an asshole. Period. No way around it. If somebody else is being decent, I'm going to be decent with them. I go and talk to Nathan from Pretend Media. I don't agree with shit that comes out of his mouth half the time, most of the time. But I go down and I shake his hand and I stand next to him. Hey, you having a good night? Glad you're feeling better. We joke about him tripping over the curb. How's your stream doing? You going to move around tonight? Ha ha ha. We joke a little bit. We're not going to go out and have drinks together, but we can get along and be cordial. And then we just move on. And him and I have never had an issue with each other. And that's how it should be. We don't agree on anything. Well, actually, if you had long talks, there are probably a couple things we agree with, but for the most part, we don't. I give the energy that is given to me. That's how I roll. Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that. I will match energy. At the end of the day, what actually happens in the end? Not much. I go home, they go home. Let's be stupidly flamboyant about the issue and lie and be a shit. No, and you know what side you're on. Let's be backstab. Yeah, but that's kind of Momo. I think that's just kind of an embedded liberal trait. You kind of got to accept that. Media is a mechanism for shaping. That I agree with. I don't understand the last comment you put. You might want to elaborate the stupidly flamboyant. I'm not sure exactly what you meant by that. Be the better man. I try to, but I do think there are too many of the wrong people breathing. Yeah. Okay. I'm not saying I like what they do. I'm not saying I agree with them or anything like that. I just prefer not to get into a fight with them. Because I will take it to the extreme if we get to that point. I try my best to not get it to that point So we don't have to, because it's not going to help anything. Throwing hands is not going to help anybody change their mind on any. Not that we're going to change our minds anyways. No, nobody's changing anybody's mind down there. It's not that kind of environment. I'm not stupid. I'm not under false impressions. Nobody is going to change anybody's mind down there. The left has their stance and we have our stance. So Facebook not retweeting or whatever. Always Facebook not retweeting or whatever. I think people get too caught up in what the other side is saying. I think people are put too much value into X tweets or Facebook posts. I think people put way too much value in that. That's my honest opinion. People come to me and be like, look, you're in this tweet, you're in this tweet. I'm like, and? Is it taking any money out of my pocket? Is it putting any bruises on my body? Is it making my bike not run? None of that's happening, so I really don't care that much. Do I stream at the front of the ice building or just hang out? Are you asking what you should do if you come down there? Do I stream at the front of the ice building or just hang out? I'm not sure if exactly what you're asking, Momo. I will answer you, but I'm not exactly sure what that means. Done with what the left has to say. Yeah, you don't have to engage with them. You don't have to, Jared. I get it. I get it. Because it's all the same old bullshit and it's just catchphrases and most of it's misinformation that they know is information but hold on to it anyways. So I get that statement. 100%. Not arguing with that. And done with what the left has to say. I agree. Maybe I'm masochistic, self-masochistic. Maybe I like the punishment. Not exactly sure. But for some reason, I feel the need to let them talk and sometimes argue with them and sometimes not. I feel that Shane got a death threat. He posted he's getting a bulletproof vest. Okay, which Shane? There's like 4 Shanes down there, man. Momo, man or ma'am, whichever you are, I don't know. But there's like 10. There's at least 3 Shanes down there. And I'm sure they all got death threats. So I will hear about it later when I'm off my live stream, if it's a new thing. Why is the lowest tier of bait work for the left? Because they don't think for themselves, Robin Hood. Most of them. 99% of them. So when does your AB equals C your way out of this combo? What? The lowest tier of bait work. The lowest tier of bait works for the left. Because they don't think for themselves. I was just wondering if you stream down there or film. Yes, I am a streamer. If you look at my channel, I am down there probably every other weekend, sometimes every weekend. I have a really tight work schedule, so I can't get down there as much as I'd like to. But yes, I stream with everybody down there and hang out with all the streamers that you're talking about. I was just at the ice building when we were all down there during the day yesterday. I went to the flag wave and then we all went down to ice at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday with Tommy and Shane and Ground Zero and all of them. YouTuber X. I'm a YouTuber. I usually share it to X, but sometimes I don't. I'm a YouTuber. I think it was Shane and Ground Zero that got the death threat the other day. Shane with the Y. Yeah. Well, Shane with the Y is Ground Zero. Shane with the Y is Ground Zero. So it may have been another Shane, but yeah, there's literally 3 Shanes down there. So sometimes it gets confusing. I'm trying to figure out who Jared's talking to because how am I going to see my way out of my own combo? I'm going to assume that wasn't for me. I can't see my way out when I'm the host. I'm going to lie down with my dog. So for about kids playing games, start them off with offline games. I agree. That's a good advice. And that's cool. You're going to lay with your dogs. Anybody that's good with their dogs is cool with me. Oh, yeah, I watched all that. Good. I like YouTube. Yeah, I was talking about the Ground Zero. He just posted that a few hours ago. Yeah, well, I've been on here for a few hours, so I missed it. But when I get off this live stream, I will check. I'm in private chats with all of them, so I'll see what's going on when I get off of here. Yeah, the other Shane that got in the fight and now has to go to court. That is correct, and I think it's tomorrow if I'm right. I'm not sure, but I think it may be tomorrow. But sometime I don't know. I'm so horrible with dates, but I know it's coming up here soon. So if you pray for him, and hopefully there's a good outcome. What time is it? All right, guys, it's 4:17, so I'm going to give it 13 more minutes. That's a 4.5 hour stream for somebody who didn't know he was going to stream. So I'm going to call that a win. So 13 more minutes. So get your hard questions in, or say your extreme comments. As you can see, I don't like to block anybody. I am going to get mods eventually, but not because of contrary opinions. I'm going to get mods because of bots and things that are going to get me kicked off and whatnot. I'm going to get a couple mods for that, but I'm going to try to get mods that understand that I don't mind dissension. I don't mind you disagreeing in my chat. Just don't be an asshole about it. Yes, my beard is rebel. It's my thing. I don't care how my beard grows. I don't do much to it. I brush it out. That's about it. No special treatments, no nothing. I just kind of let it go. It's my rebellious thing. I know it looks like crazy shit, and I don't really care. I do it on purpose. But thank you for saying you like my beard. And it is rebel. You are absolutely correct. But I don't ever want to kick somebody from my stream, from my chat, because they think different than me. I want to be able to talk to that person in an intelligent and respectful debate form, because I love the debate and I love to challenge my own point of view. So you can disagree with me, just don't be an asshole about it. If you're an asshole, my mods will kick you out when I get them, which is hopefully by the time I get my next one. The next time I do one of these, hopefully I'll have mods. But I've been getting bots in my live streams when I'm doing events. So do I think differently? I think we disagreed on a couple of things, Jared, but we also agreed on some things. I'm not quite sure. You kind of come across a little bit as wanting people to pay attention to what you're saying. I don't want to say an attention whore, because it's not that bad. That's a little hyperbolic, but you do come across as almost flashy. You want people to challenge you back. I don't think we disagree on everything. Why did Subway corporate kill the coupon codes? Good question. I had Subway for dinner. I would love some coupon codes. There's a Subway right next to my work here, so I stop there at least once a week. I know Santa Tiger, I feel so bad for him. Oh, who are we feeling bad for? I missed something. She didn't even knife in the face of flesh. Oh, you're talking about Shane. Well, but that's the way it works down there. Who cares? Because I do not. Okay, if you don't care, then why did you ask? See, you're confusing me. You come across with some good questions and some good comments, and then you say some weird stuff afterwards. So I'm not sure what your motives are. I'm not sure what kind of conversation you're trying to have. That's what makes me look curious. I'm not sure what your motives are. Because you seem like you want to have an intelligent conversation, and then you seem like you're just lashing out. You could always ask Mr. Bill Moore or BCP to be mods till you get the people you want. I actually have some mods on the line. I was talking to them a couple days ago. I have some people that want to help me with getting mods. So, but yeah, if they come in here, then they could. I'll point them mods, but they don't have to be. But what was the topic? Sure, here we are. Well, there was a lot of topics, and it was just flowing. It was organic. That's kind of because I didn't write anything down beforehand. I didn't know I was going to be doing this, so it was kind of organic topics. Okay, so about Minecraft, maybe Legoland. Okay, is Legoland a thing? I'm gonna have to look that up. Because that sounds awesome. I love Legos. I even like the Lego Batman movie. I love Legos, and I haven't heard anything about them grooming kids or anything like that. So I'll support Lego if they have a. But I really like your idea, enforcing my original idea about giving them not online things to do for a while, and let that, because kids are getting younger and younger that are getting online, and it's creating more and more victims, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. You mess with a kid and it's wood chipper. And I know everybody's made that into kind of like a slogan or a joke or a meme or something like that. But seriously, I catch you messing with kids, and if there's one nearby, you will visit it. We'll put it that way. Maybe YouTube won't get mad at me for saying that. Legoland is a great series of games offline. All right, I'm definitely gonna look at that because you got my attention on that one. That sounds awesome. They can play on PS offline. Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yes, feet first because you got to hear them scream. If you do head first, the screams are over too fast. Oh, I didn't say that out loud. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look up that Legoland you guys are saying. That's awesome. I like that. If it's an offline thing, and like I said, I try not to support too many Disney things because of what crap Disney's been through and what they promote and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of hard because Disney permeates every aspect of childhood toys and entertainment and stuff like that. It's really hard. And being I'm a huge fan of the MCU. For those of you who don't know, Marvel Comics Universe, and Disney bought them, so I have to have a Disney subscription to watch my Marvel Comics movies, and that pisses me off because I don't like supporting Disney. But if I don't get my Marvel Comics movies at least once a week, I will have a crackhead fit. So, and I know I could just download them or buy them or something like that, but I'm too lazy to do that. I like being able to just look them up on my TV. In my life, things have changed so incredibly from watching Pokemon. What? From watching Pokemon? Your life has changed from Pokemon with your mom. Seriously? That is a statement I've never heard anymore. That's a statement I've never heard. So please elaborate on that in the next couple of minutes. Your life changed from watching Pokemon with your mom. And you didn't put an emoji after that, so I'm assuming you're serious. So I really need to know what that means, because that's a different thing. It sounds like it could be something really cool if you're being serious, so I want to know. Because when Pokemon came out, my two youngest were really young. I'm going to guess like first, second grade-ish or something like that. And they liked the whole Pokemon thing because Pokemon cartoons came out and stuff like that. But they didn't get into the card game or the Pokemon Go. But they liked Pokemon. I watched Pokemon with my mom in 2001 instead of getting Burger King toys. Oh, you're talking about the TV cartoon Pokemon? And then getting Burger King toys from the series or from the game or whatever that came in the meals. That's pretty cool. But I think I'm understanding. You're talking about watching Pokemon on the TV, the cartoon series, right? And that's about right, 2001, 2003. That's when I was talking about my daughters watching it too. That's about right. Right after Y2K. So yeah, my kids watched it and they know about it. It's just not something that we got into in our household so much, and the girls had other interests, so they didn't jump into it very much. So I don't know. And I had to develop into more serious media. Well, I'm all for any kid doing something special with their mom, with their parents. Sometimes it's weird stuff. Sometimes it's stuff that everybody else would not appreciate as much. And sometimes you wouldn't appreciate it as much either if it wasn't something with your parent. Maybe I'm just being sentimental about that. See, that's what I'm saying. It may, if it wasn't for your mother being involved in that situation, it would probably just be another afterthought to you. But because your mother was involved in it, it makes it something different. And I get that. And that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm assuming you're a male, Robin Hood. It's a masculine name, so I'm assuming you're a male. Let me know. I don't want to misgender anybody just because it makes an awkward conversation. Robin Hood, are you male or female? I'm guessing male, but I could be wrong. Because that totally adjusts what my next statement's going to be. Male indeed with all the parts. Okay, good, because I assume that. So I think a boy needs a mom, and a boy needs a dad, and a girl needs a mom. This is why I believe in the nuclear family. And just full disclosure, I made some mistakes and didn't get to raise my kids throughout their lives. I did some, but not completely throughout their lives. So somebody's going to say, oh, this and that about you. Okay, I made mistakes, but I still have an opinion. I think the nuclear family is important, and you should have two parents, but I think it's important for a boy to be raised by a male and a girl to be raised by a female. That being said, there are special things and special moments that you need with the opposite sex parent. If you're a boy, you have to have special moments with your mom because you have to learn to respect your mom and cherish her for what she is to you. And if you're a girl, you have to have special moments because you have to trust and have faith in your dad to be the protecting father and the role model. Because that's the thing. That's the thing, is that our relationship with the opposite gender parent shapes who we end up wanting to marry later on in our life. It's psychology. You're either going to gravitate towards somebody like that parent, or you're going to go completely as far away from that parent as you can. But either way, your relationship with the parent of your opposite gender, the opposite your gender, is going to affect who you marry later on in life and how you treat that person that you're married to. They say you have to be a good dad to your daughter if you want your daughter to marry a good man. If you're a shithole to your daughter, then 9 times out of 10, your daughter's not going to have a good example of what a good man's supposed to be. And again, I don't want to be hypocritical. I did not provide the best example for my daughters. So I know the negative repercussions of that equation. Like I said, full disclosure, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not trying to tell somebody that I'm better than them. I've learned these things through mistakes. Unfortunately, I have kids that don't talk to me anymore over politics, mostly. But through my mistakes, I've learned how to advise other people not to make those mistakes. But Robin Hood, what I'm saying is that's cool that you had that special thing with your mom. And it doesn't matter if people think it's weird or not. If it's special to you and it's special to your mom and it's a special memory between you guys, and again, it's not hurting anybody, it's not doing anybody any disservice, you were watching a cartoon, then that's an awesome thing. And I'm glad that you have that memory to hold on to, man. That's super cool. That's super cool. I have a couple of weird memories of things with my parents. We had a very dysfunctional household in our family. We had a very dysfunctional family, and there weren't that many happy, joyous, loving moments in my childhood, in our growing up. But I have a couple of weird things that probably people wouldn't understand because they didn't grow up in my area. But I cherish those few good memories that I have. Every moment I love my parents. I served in Australia. What? Man, I missed that. This conversation went quick and I missed it. What is Walla Walla? Called out on Wolf What is going on there? I don't know. My opinion is all kids need both mother and father. Sand Tiger, I 100% agree. And I said that because I 100% agree with you. The nuclear family. Who's getting warned about what now? What is going on in my chat? I think you called out on Wolf News. News? What? You are going to get yourself in trouble. What is going on in my chat? We don't have any mods. Nobody's going to get. Who's going to get a warning when I don't have a mod? Yes, the nuclear family, and I think the breakdown of the nuclear family by the Democratic Party after World War II, after I think they got threatened by the boomer generation, and I think after that, starting in the 60s, the Democrats did everything they could to break down the nuclear family, because the nuclear family was thriving and strong after the soldiers came back from World War II, and we had a very, very prosperous time here in America, centered around the nuclear family and XGI getting a good job in building and buying and building a house for his family and getting a good job to send his kids to college, and the seriously in 40s and the 50s all the way up to maybe the first couple of years of the 60s were incredibly prosperous and advantageous, and we made a lot of advancements here in America. And that was a time when the country accepted and was centered around the nuclear family. And we were extremely patriotic. Everybody respected the greatest generation, other than probably the boomers that rebelled against their parents for a while, but even they grew up, because the boomers are my parents. So I heard stuff growing up. And one thing I never heard was disrespect to our veterans. But the boomers is when we started walking away from the nuclear family. And that's when everything started. We ended up with the feminist movement. We ended up with anti-patriotism, and the Vietnam War didn't help any of that. The atmosphere around, I'm not getting into the pros and cons of the war itself, but I'm saying that the atmosphere and the non-agreement and the way the government handled it and all of that was just all contentious. And we were already straying away from traditional American values. And I think Vietnam, the whole situation around Vietnam, just gave us a good push over the edge. And then the feminist movement, and then the hippies, and then drugs got way more common. And just all of this stuff. But it all started with the breakdown of the nuclear family. And then the Democrats just grabbed it. And I think the Democrats, the left, the liberals, orchestrated it because they were fearful. Because if the attitude in America in the 50s had continued on a growing trend up until now, we would be so patriotic. Everybody would be against divorce and against abortion, and you can blame the anti-Americanism and the indoctrination in public schools and colleges. Yes, but where that came from, that didn't start until the late 60s. When society was going away from the nuclear family, when society was edging towards feminism, and that seeped into the schools. Hate Ashbury and 4. Yes, and then you know, the alternate lifestyle promotion. There's always been gay people. There's been gay people since the dawn of time, I think. Nobody really cares what you do in your bedroom, what you do in your private life. Love is love. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me, but if you want to love another man, I'm not going to tell you you can't. That's not my thing. I'm not God. God tells you what you can and can't do, not me. I'm going to tell you I don't understand it and I don't really agree with it. But I have people that I'm cool with that are gay because they're not trying to make me gay. They're not trying to make my kids gay. They're not shoving their lifestyle down my throat or exposing my children to it and saying you have to accept it or you're a Nazi. They're not saying anything like that. They're doing their thing in their lives and they're okay with that. That's the end of that story. And we hang out and have a good time and have differences of opinions and laugh about it. Because they're not gay people. They're just people that happen to be gay. Just like I'm not a white man. I'm just a man who happens to be white. Being white is not my identity. Being white does not control who I am, what I think, or what I do. Just like them being gay does not dictate what side of politics they're on or how they're going to interact with me because of my politics. That's kind of my thing. I'm a libertarian. So apparently there's a misunderstanding. Somebody thought they were talking about Wolfie, but they're not. So it's all good. He's 88, I think. Who is 88? My grandpa was WW2 immigrant, and he loves his country. God bless him. Oh, he's 88 years old is what you're saying. Okay. I had to read everything to understand that. Sorry. Wolfie, they said wolf, so I was not sure, just checking. So hopefully that's all good. It looks like there was an understanding in my chat. But the thing is, yeah, and I've gone over a little bit what I said, I know, but not trans. Yeah, I don't understand the trans thing. I'll be honest, I'm totally against the trans thing. It's just ridiculous. If you're made a boy, then you're a boy. If you're made a girl, then you're a girl. And we don't always like it. There are points and times when I'd like to have a set of tits to get out of a speeding ticket. Hell, maybe I'd like to know what it's like to be blessed enough to bring life into this world. I think women have lots of benefits and lots of things that they can do and they can experience that we can't. So, sure, human nature is to think the grass is greener on the other side every once in a while. Sure, I wish I was born a woman. Life is hard being a man. But that's about as far as that thought goes and about as long as it lasts, for about 10 seconds. I do not want any of that. I just want to be a dude. Well, the way I figured, I don't have a choice. Gay friends too, men only. A lot of them. Yeah, I don't have any female gay friends, I don't think. My wife does. My wife knows some female gay people, but I really don't think I do know any lesbians on a personal basis. A lot of them only had their mothers in their lives and not their fathers. That happens too. These strong mothers, I do believe that's a part of them being smart. Now, see, I also know people that were raised by women that are as, I'll say they believe in their gender. They're male. They're not going to try to be something else. But because they were raised by women, they're effeminate. They talk soft. Sometimes they even walk a little funny because they were raised around nothing but women. But those women told them that they're a man, that they're male, And like, okay, I take from it. So I went to a special place, and it was a church-run place, and it was for men, and there were no female staff members or anything like that. It was all men staff members. And one of the staff members was married to one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen, ever, and the sweetest. I mean, this is like, you score them on a 1 to 10. You can't help it if you're a dude. This chick was definitely a 10 in all areas, not just looks, but smart, kind, wise, very, very church-going, loyal Christian, very good Christian, moral woman. And he was married to her, and if you didn't know any better, you would have swear this guy was a bottom. You would swear this guy was a catcher for the gay team. So effeminate. Because he was raised by a mom and 2 aunts out on a farm in the middle of Kansas, like 24/7, homeschooled and everything. So he was literally around his female family members 24/7, and not a lot of male influence. So because of that, naturally he picked up female traits because that's all he was exposed to. But his family was a Christian family and made sure, just because of that, he didn't think he was a girl. He didn't think God made a mistake. He wasn't confused about what he had in his pants and what bathroom he should use. He knew what he was. He knew what God made him. So that's what he was. He was still a man. Effeminate, yes. Confusing, not confused. He wasn't confused one bit, but he was confusing. So don't tell me because you like putting on dresses at 3 years old that God made a mistake. Because nature is still nature. And God's perfection is still God's perfection. Just because you're a little different doesn't mean God made a mistake. And it doesn't mean you're a mistake. It just means that somebody told you some wrong shit, bro. Somebody messed your head up. And that's sad that people do that to kids and to weak-minded people. Yeah, guy, can sew and cook and build a house. Yeah. I hate people that mess up kids. I really do. In any way, shape, or form. Physically, mentally, emotionally. People that abuse children deserve no mercy. And statistics have shown that you don't grow out of that. You don't get better. I did crimes when I was younger. I could fix those crimes. But statistics show that when you're a child abuser, especially at SA, it never goes away. You're predilected to that. So what's the point of trying to rehabilitate somebody that statistics show aren't going to be rehabilitated? You could teach somebody to not steal purses. You can teach somebody to not do crack. You can teach somebody to not rob banks. You can teach somebody to not steal cars. You can teach somebody to not get drunk in bar brawls. All of those are crimes that you can come back from. You do harm to a child, there's no coming back. And then the poor people, like I know personally people that are now on the registry list and did time and have suffered the rest of their lives because they were 18 and 2 months and had relations with their girlfriend who was 17 and 11 months. And they get the same punishment that some dude in the Man Boy Love Association gets. How does that make any sense? Where's the justice in that? Two young teenagers that happen to have birthdays on wrong days is the same as somebody that hangs out in a Walmart looking for little boys? How does that work? Oh my God, that's a whole nother rant I could get on. I don't want to. I'm tired and I gotta get some work done. I'm sure you guys are tired too. There's still 33 people in here. That's awesome. Angelina Jolie, I'm not even sure on that. I try not to keep up with celebrities, especially the ones that are doing crap. Whoever said good morning back. Whoa, I can't read that name. W35LE. Oof, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. That is beyond my capability right now. But good morning to you too. But yeah, again, I said, well, hell with it. Let's just give it 12 more minutes. I like even numbers. I'm OCD, so we're gonna cut it off at 5 o'clock. It was supposed to be 4:30, but I went late, so we'll say 5 o'clock. Or 5 hours, I mean. That's in 12 minutes from now. Because we're at 4 hours and 48 minutes or 49 minutes right now. That's insane. But yeah, I'm OCD. I don't like to shut things off at not. So we're going to go at 5000 is when I'm going to hit the end button. So I got another 11 minutes. I'll get more beer. Yeah, I wish I was. Well, I don't drink beer. I drink whiskey, but I could definitely use a whiskey right now. It's been a long week, and here we are starting another one. So this is my Monday. This is my Monday mid-morning for me. So do not let us keep you from working. No, I'm still working. That's why I disappear every once in a while. And like I said, next time I do a live, I'm going to figure out how to have the tab waiting. So if I do have to disappear for a minute, I'll have something to keep everybody entertained while I'm gone. Maybe a news clip or a funny video or something like that. Okay, watch this shit and hold my beer. Well, I'll hold your beer as long as you hold my whiskey when it's time for me to one-up you. Because that's what happens when I drink whiskey. I don't drink beer because I don't socially drink. So, and I don't like the taste of whiskeys. I mean, I don't like it. I can't even talk. I don't socially drink and I don't like the taste of beer. So I usually don't drink beer. What kind of whiskey do you like? I like a lot of different. I like bourbon. I like flavored bourbons. I'm actually kind of a Fireball fan, but I drink it mixed usually. I don't shoot Fireball. If I shoot, it's going to be something good and smooth. I like Pendleton. Pendleton goes down smooth. My friends usually bring me bottles of whiskey, and I'll take them and I'll like them. We'll play Barney songs when he goes to smoke. Yeah, maybe. My friends bring me odd whiskeys to try, so I don't know the names of all of them. I have the bottles in my garage. But yeah, Jameson is good. I've still got some Jameson in my garage. Jameson goes down smooth. Jameson is good sipping whiskey. So yeah, I like Jameson too. I like Pendleton. But I usually, when I'm out, I have a drink. It's called, oh my God, it's been a while because I kind of stopped drinking. I call it the Spark Plug, and it's actually Fireball or Sinfire if they have it. I like Sinfire better. It doesn't give us bad heartburn. It's not as cinnamony. But anyways, you take cinnamon whiskey and mix it with an energy drink, a Red Bull, a Rockstar, something like that. And I call that a Spark Plug because it's Fireball and the energy drink gets you amped up, starts your motor running. So I call it the Spark Plug because it gets your motor going. And that's usually what I drink when I'm having a party. Is I will drink cinnamon whiskey. If I'm trying to have a really good time and trying to wake up, which normally I am because I don't get a whole lot of sleep. Normally when I'm partying, I like to wake up so I don't get tired halfway through the party and get grumpy. So I'll drink that energy drink. If I'm okay, if we're like in the middle of the afternoon and we're just drinking with dinner or something like that, I'll have a Fireball and Coke. Or sipping whiskey, Jameson, Pendleton, something of that sort, or some brown bourbon that goes good on ice. But those are my favorites. No, just give me a beer. Yeah, a lot of people see I don't like the taste of beer though. If I'm really hot, I'm down by the river or something like that. But usually I drink like hard ciders and things of that sort. When I've even been known to grab like wine coolers like Smirnoff or something. But as I got older, they started giving me hangovers. But I'm a big like a Hornsby's or Angry Orchards. If I'm not drinking hard A, then I'll usually do like hard ciders, like mead. I haven't found one that I like. I've tried a couple. We have meaderies, I think that's what they call them, in our area out here, because there's a lot of microbrews and stuff like that out here in Oregon. So we have meaderies. My stepson really likes mead. I just haven't found one that really turns me on yet, but I'm actually Norwegian, so I'm kind of trying to get into mead just because of history, Ren and Stimpy shorts when you walk away would be cool. South Park. What? Ren and Stimpy shorts. Oh, shorts. Oh, okay, I got you. I thought you were talking about shorts like short pants. Ren and Stimpy shorts when you walk away would be cool. South Park. Yeah, but you get copyright strikes for those, I think. I'll have to find out about it. Like I said, I'm new. I'm learning. I'm a newbie. I'm a rookie. So I've got to learn all the rules about all this so I don't break them. I don't want to get kicked. I want to be able to keep doing this. And like I said, when I learn how, because normally I'm either on Mr. Bill's or Quincy's not figured out how to guess yet, so I'll just be in his chat or whatever. I like to be in Jay DeLay's chat or the chats of my fellow live streamers, the ice streamers, as I call them. But I'm going to try to figure out a way to do collabs. Have you had Redstone? No, I'm not. I've not even heard of it. I don't know what Redstone is. You have a friend that makes it. I'm assuming the mead. Yeah, I've not heard of it. There's they just opened up a new one out towards Newburgh, or Dundee. Redstone, try Redstone is in mead. All right, I will have to look that up. And see, that's another thing too I need to figure out is when you watch this later, I don't see the chat. But it records what's here on this screen. So if I put a specific chat on the screen, then I will see it when I replay it later. Because I've noticed that in Mr. Bill's. When Mr. Bill puts the chats here. So I got to figure out how to do that. I got to figure out how to project the chat onto the screen. I'd love to live out in Newbury. Well, I don't know where Newbury is. But here we have Newburgh. But yeah, because then stuff like that, like I'm going to have to write down Redstone. I'm going to have to write down Legoland. I'm going to have to write down all these, oh God, German beer? You got to chew German beer. That's not for me. And they like it warm. Yuck. I can't drink warm beer at all. Oh, Newburgh. Okay, you are talking about Newburgh. Yeah. I go through Newburgh all the time. I don't know where you live, but I don't. I live in the same county as Newburgh, so I'm not that far. But yeah, I have to write all this stuff down, all these great suggestions you guys give me. But if I learn how to put the chat, see, I've got another program that I downloaded, but I didn't have a chance to figure it all out. So I'm going to by the South Waterfront. Are you down by ice then? Oof. I'm gonna have to figure out the other program because there's so many more benefits, so many more features on that program. I think it's the same one that Quincy's using. So I'm gonna have to get figured out. No, you're not by ice. Well, that's good anyways. When you're damaged, maybe hit the double E. You are correct. I spelled it wrong. Yeah, there's so many things I gotta learn. I got 2.5 minutes left, and I will. I promise you that these will just keep getting better. I appreciate the fact that there's still 34 active viewers. I won't know until I turn this off how many viewers I had total, but that's awesome. And didn't ask you guys for money once. Almost 5-hour live stream. Didn't ask anybody for any money. I don't know if that's smart of me or not, but this was my test run on the other side, about half a mile away. Okay. I think it's weird. I've watched them build the South Waterfront, and I think it's kind of weird the way they did it. There's some cool things about it. There's some bad things about it, but that's a whole nother subject. Yeah, I've only got 1.5 minutes to talk to you guys left because I'm going to honor my word and cut this off at 5 hours even. I do appreciate you guys being here. Seriously, seriously, seriously. If you have not hit the thumbs up button, please do so on the way out. It helped me so much. It doesn't cost you any money. If you haven't subscribed, there's some people that I don't recognize. So if you haven't subscribed, please do. I'm trying to grow this channel so I can do bigger and better things. I'd like to get myself monetized because there's things that I want to buy to improve the channel. So any support to help me get to that point. You guys watching this for this many hours helps get my hour viewing count up. So that's awesome. It sucked when they closed McCormick's. I never got to McCormick's, so I can't. Monty Python, Nicholas. Okay, so I got less than a minute. So like I said, I want to say thank you to all you guys again. I'm going to try to do this more often. Hit the notification because if you enjoyed this and you enjoy my live streams, I don't do much anything else anymore, so you'll get notified when I do it. And I would appreciate having you guys back again. You guys were fun. You guys were a fun chat. You kept me busy. You kept my mind going. And you guys have kept me entertained for 5 hours. Even Jared with his back and forth. Sometimes I'm nice, sometimes I'm not. It's okay. It kept me entertained. I am not complaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you guys. Have a good night. Be safe and Patriot on.